Chapter 2345. Ever since Yang Kai summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released the soul-devouring insects, 70% of the cultivator who came to cause trouble had died in less than 30 breaths of time. Even several third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators couldn't escape this calamity. The soul-devouring insect's powerful combat strength was something Yang Kai hadn't expected. It was easy to imagine that even someone like Qiu Zhe from the Emperor Realm would be killed by them if given more time. Ruan Hongba and the others were scared out of their wits. They had come with Qiu Zhe to avenge the deaths of Ku Tian and the others, but not only did they fail to do so, but they also suffered heavy losses. This had already damaged the foundation of Sky Peak Temple, and the people he brought were all elites of Sky Peak Temple. The same was true for the other sects, each of them suffering heavy losses. At this point, he already regretted coming to Thousand Leaves sect. If he hadn't come, how could this have happened? He could have hugged his two beautiful female disciples, drinking and singing. Ruan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer as Qiu Zhe was unable to turn the tide. Seeing all the familiar and unfamiliar cultivators fall dead around him, Ruan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer. If he stayed in this situation, only death would await him. He tried his best to circulate his source qi, shaking off the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around him as he roared, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out of the valley. The others didn't dare delay, and they all used their movement skills to fly out. "You want to leave now? It's too late. All of you stay here." A crisp voice suddenly rang out. On the platform of the array base, Lu Yen, who had been motionless with her beautiful eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her clear gem-like eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Ever since the battle began, Lu Yen had been sitting there cross-legged, motionless. No one knew what she was doing, not even Yang Kai. At this moment, seeing her suddenly move, he naturally couldn't help but look at her curiously. Lu Yen suddenly formed a seal with her two small hands and shouted, "Azure Dragon." After forming the seal, she directly blasted towards a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak had an extremely strange shape. It looked as if a real dragon was crouching there. As the imprint entered, the mountain suddenly buzzed. Then, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the inside of the mountain. At the same time, the mountain that had been silent for tens of thousands of years seemed to have been given life. The vegetation on the mountain swayed and the rocks cracked. On the dragon head of the mountain, two huge eyes suddenly opened. It contained supreme dragon might. Rumble, the mountain peak suddenly soared into the sky. Along with the falling rubble, a colossus that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. This colossus shook its head and wagged its tail, exuding a magnificent aura. Everyone froze on the spot. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, everyone felt a sense of insignificance, as if they were insignificant ants in front of the azure dragon. True dragon? Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that such a true dragon was actually hiding under a mountain peak in Thousand Leaves sect. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. This true dragon did not have the slightest hint of life. Although its dense dragon might was extremely clear, it was definitely not a living creature. A heaven puppet. Yi Hen was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the azure dragon in the sky. In an instant, tears streamed down his face as he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to hold the azure dragon in his hand. He choked with sobs and cried out involuntarily, "That's a heaven puppet. Father, you're saying that this is our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven-grade puppet?" Yi Jinghan immediately understood what Yi Hen meant, causing her to feel extremely shocked. Many of Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques had been lost for tens of thousands of years, causing their Tao of puppetry to plummet. Not to mention the heaven-grade puppets, even the earth-grade puppets in the square were not something that anyone in Thousand Leaves sect could control. As for the heaven puppet, even Yi Jinghan did not know where it was hidden. Yi Hen had never mentioned this to her before. It turned out that the heaven puppet had always been right under her nose. Yi Jinghan raised her eyes to look around, looking at the oddly shaped mountain peaks of various sizes in the distance. It turned out that these mountains were where the heaven puppets were hidden. After tens of thousands of years of being exposed to the elements and covered in dust, they had all been hidden under these mountains, quietly sleeping. Today, after tens of thousands of years, a heaven puppet had finally been awakened, flying into the sky and revealing its magnificent figure. This was an inconceivable matter. Furthermore, the one who had awakened and controlled this heaven-grade puppet was not a member of Thousand Leaves sect, but a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age who had never been seen before. Yi Hen looked at the azure dragon in the sky, then back at Lu Yen, his old eyes burning with passion. He did not know why this little girl was able to control the heaven puppet, but he knew that she was with Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai should have found the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. Thousand Leaves sect was truly saved. Yang Kai raised his brow. After thinking about it for a moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Yen was able to control the heaven-grade puppet. This was most likely related to her current soul puppet body. Perhaps, her soul puppet body possessed the ability to control the heaven puppets. No wonder she had asked him to delay for a while and left the rest to her. So this was the reason. Since Lu Yen could even control the heaven-grade puppet, it was indeed enough to sweep through this place. Even though this heaven-grade puppet had been sleeping for countless years, Yang Kai could still feel that it definitely possessed the strength of the Emperor realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary one from the Emperor realm. The tyrannical aura radiating from the azure dragon heaven-grade puppet was in no way inferior to the corpse puppets in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Within the Thousand Leaves sect, the disciples who were either hiding or injured suddenly let out shouts and cries. Their shouts and cries rang out in all directions. Even though no one had told them, they could still sense that this was the sect's heaven-grade puppet. The disciples were proud of the sect, and the sect was proud of the disciples. The heaven-grade puppet's reappearance after tens of thousands of years was a sign of Thousand Leaves sect's prosperity. Every Thousand Leaves sect disciple's heart surged with excitement, unable to control themselves. On the other side, Songing, who was fleeing in panic, was dumbfounded. A wave of regret surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the leader of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction, and had always felt that the sect should not be so rigid in adhering to the Tao of puppetry left behind by their ancestors. Instead, they should learn other secret arts and secret techniques to increase the strength of Thousand Leaves sect. As such, his relationship with Yi Hen had never been very harmonious. This time, when Qiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble and revealed a bit of the Emperor realm's cultivation, Songing immediately betrayed them. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure Yi Hen, he even activated the sect defending array. Otherwise, Thousand Leaves sect would not have suffered so many casualties. Thousand Leaves sect's sect defending array was not that easy to break. Songing originally thought that after today's matter, he would be able to become Thousand Leaves sect's sect master and wield the authority of the sect, carrying out his ideals. However, to his disappointment, just a single Yang Kai was enough to render them powerless. And now, even a heaven puppet had reappeared in the world. Songying's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known that a heaven puppet would be awakened one day, why would he have needed to scheme so insidiously? Wouldn't it have been better to just obediently be his vice sect master? He might even have been able to get a heaven puppet to play with. At that time, even Qiu Zhe would have to act according to his wishes. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A scene that caused Songying to feel even more despair appeared. After awakening the azure dragon heaven puppet, Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards another mountain range. That mountain range also looked like a monster beast, and it was a bird-type monster beast at that. However, no one knew what it looked like. Vermilion bird. The mountain range rumbled, accompanied by the crisp cry of a bird. The celestial puppet vermilion bird, whose entire body was covered in red flames, soared into the sky. The grass, trees, and stones that had covered its body for tens of thousands of years fell down with a crash. Its beautiful and powerful figure was clearly visible. White tiger. Lu Yen formed a seal again. A tiger's roar resounded through the forest as the third mountain peak collapsed. A huge, snow-white tiger leapt out, its fangs flickering with a cold light that caused one to shudder. Black tortoise. The fourth mountain peak shattered, and the gigantic black tortoise heavenly puppet slowly crawled out. Its sturdy and spacious shell could even carry an entire city. Yi Hen's entire body was shaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in excitement. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to see a heaven puppet reappear in this world in his lifetime. Not only that, for heaven puppets had been awakened at once. Yi Hen felt hot blood boiling in his heart. He felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Lu Yen glared at Qiu Zhe hatefully, her small face filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Qiu Zhe for slapping her into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands together, and an almost imperceptible will suddenly gushed out. The next moment, the four heaven puppets suddenly moved, each occupying a corner and sealing off the area. For heaven puppets kill. Lu Yen cried out. An invisible connection connected the four heaven puppets. A fierce power gushed out from the heaven puppets and poured into the sealed area, forming a murderous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Qiu Zhe was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar as he trembled uneasily. In front of this complex power, he felt that he, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Chi, the invisible power cut Qiu Zhe's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. He screamed in agony. The scene was extremely tragic. He begged for mercy loudly, but Lu Yen was unmoved. She activated the seal even more fiercely, and the murderous aura of the four heaven puppets became even more ferocious. In less than 10 breaths of time, Qiu Zhe's flesh and blood were completely gone. All that was left was a skeleton that collapsed with a loud crash. Before Qiu Zhe died, the cultivator of the major sects had already been scattered by the murderous aura of the four heaven puppets' kill. This four heaven puppets' kill seemed to be a formation set up with the four heaven puppets as the foundation. Even Qiu Zhe couldn't withstand it for 10 breaths of time, so how could the others? Ruan Hongba and the others exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 2346. The stench of blood soared into the sky. The sealed space had almost turned into a living hell. Shirtsonging had used some kind of trump card to not die immediately. Instead, he burned his blood essence madly as he struggled at death's door, but as the aura of death approached, he could only cry and plead, "Sect Master, I was wrong. Sect Master, please spare my life. I will definitely repent." At this moment, he finally understood that he had chosen the wrong side. If he had known that the heavenly puppets left behind by his ancestor were so powerful, how could he have betrayed them? He would have been even more enthusiastic than Yi Hen in studying the secret technique to control the heavenly puppets. But what was the point of thinking about this now? These four heavenly puppets hadn't even made a move when they appeared. All they had done was form a killing array, yet it was enough to wipe out the entire land of invasion. How could he live alone? He could only plead with Yi Hen, hoping that Yi Hen would spare his life for the sake of their friendship over the years. Lu Yen turned to look at Yi Hen and asked for his opinion. Yi Hen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "The moment you attacked me and opened the sect's mountain defending array, you were no longer a member of Thousand Leaves sect." Shirtsonging was shocked and shouted, "Master, this sure has been loyal to the sect all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Please spare my life, sect master. Yi Hen slowly shook his head and said to Lu Yen, young lady, please do it. I don't want to hear him speak again. If it was said that Shi Tsongying had always been at odds with him due to their conflicting ideals, Yi Hen would not have killed him. After all, no matter what, Shi Tsongying was still considering the future of the sect and finding a way out for the sect. Even if he had some selfish motives, it was only natural. Once upon a time, Yi Hen had also doubted whether it was right for him to adhere to the Tao of puppetry. However, he should never have taken the initiative to open the mountain defending array and allowed the sect's disciples to be slaughtered. If he let Shi Tsongying go today, how could the thousands of disciples who had died rest in peace? Therefore, Shi Tsongying had to die. Lu Yen gently nodded when she heard this. With a single move of her divine sense, the killing force of the 4 divine beasts blasted towards Shi Tsongying. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Shi Tsongying's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, it swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even its bones remained. At this point, not a single cultivator who had invaded the Thousand Leaves sect remained. All of them had died in this valley. Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols' heavenly puppets slowly retracted their killing aura. They once again prostrated themselves on the ground, motionless. The smell of blood was extremely strong. The valley was silent. Yi Hen turned his head and looked around. Although he was gratified, he still looked sad. Thousand Leaves sect's losses were not small this time, and if not for Yang Kai's appearance at the last moment to delay them, even their foundation might have been destroyed. The only thing that made Yi Hen feel fortunate was that Yang Kai returned safely from the secret realm and even brought back the secret technique to control the heavenly centipedes. Father. Yi Jinghan called out softly as she supported her aged father. Seeing his doddering appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Yi Hen waved his hand and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. Yi Hen and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will never forget young Master Yang's kindness. Yang Kai smiled faintly. There's no need to be so polite, Sect Master Yi. I didn't put in much effort. It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. While they were talking, he glanced at the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede. Although using it to kill Qiu Zhe and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yang Kai was sure that the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause, he spoke again. I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sect's matters. Yi Hen naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded, all right. Jing Han, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sect's matters. Yi Jing Han led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jinghan couldn't remain here. After she left, Qi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, let's talk in my room. A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Qi Yu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Shi Tsongying sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Qi Yu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. Then, who is this little sister? Qi Yu looked at Lu Yen blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yen was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yan's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the third-order Dao source realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yen, Qi Yu and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yen, but Lu Yen directly stood up and bowed. Master's servant, Lu Yen greets Master. Master? Servant? Qi Yu looked at Yang Kai strangely and coldly snorted, I didn't know that you had such a hobby. Aio also looked at Yang Kai with a sarcastic expression and said, do Shuiyu and the others know about this? Of these two, one was his mother-in-law, and the other was his father-in-law. Although they weren't family, they were still Yang Kai's elders. When they considered things, they would think from Shanqing Luo's and Shuiyu's perspectives. They were afraid that Yang Kai would change his mind after coming to the flower astral boundary and forget about his companions in the territory of the Homeland Star, so their tone was harsh and threatening. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Lu Yen, the mental connection between us has been broken. From now on, you are free to do whatever you want. There's no need to call me that anymore. Lu Yen wrinkled her little nose and said, Master doesn't want me anymore? Yang Kai said, of course not. What I mean is that since you are free now, you can do whatever you want in the future. If you are willing to follow me, that would be great, but if you want to act alone, that's up to you. After Lu Yen obtained the soul puppet, the mental connection between her and Yang Kai was broken, so Lu Yen was indeed free now. She had her own thoughts and body. It could be said that she was now a living person, just that the structure of her body was different from that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Yen thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, in that case, I choose to follow Master. Master, please don't drive me away. Hua Qingxi glared at her and snorted, how dare you? When did I drive her away? Yang Kai looked wronged. After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject, by the way, Lu Yen, that soul puppet, as if knowing what Yang Kai was thinking. Before he could finish, Lu Yen sternly said, controlling the heavenly puppets consumes too much energy. It's not just me, but the heavenly puppets themselves. Just now, I estimate that it consumed at least 1 million source crystals. Source crystals? 1 million? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Yen nodded and said, yes, there are a lot of source crystals stored in the heavenly puppets' bodies, so I can control them, and they must be high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 beast heavenly puppets had only taken action for less than 30 breaths of time, and they had only formed the all 4 beast slaughtering array. Even so, they had consumed 1 million high-rank source crystals, which was equivalent to 100 million low-rank source crystals. What kind of concept was that? Although the heavenly puppets are powerful, they still need to have enough capital to use them, Lu Yen added. If that's the case, aren't those heavenly puppets just decorations in Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai estimated that Thousand Leaves sect definitely didn't have enough source crystals to make the heavenly puppets move again, so even if he gave them their secret arts and secret techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength. Of course not. Lu Yen shook his head and explained, the heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect have 2 sources of energy. One is the source crystals stored in their bodies, and the other is the earth veins of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai's expression changed, you mean the earth veins in the sealed world? Lu Yen said, that's right. Previously, you only repaired the sealed world spirit array and didn't completely open the entrance, so you couldn't use the power of the earth veins. However, if the entrance is completely opened, the heavenly puppets will be able to use the power of the earth veins to move. At that time, the amount of source crystals consumed will be greatly reduced, so Thousand Leaves sect should be able to afford it. After a pause, she continued, but if Master wants to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets to play with, you can only use source crystals to make them move. Understood, Yang Kai gently nodded. If he took the heavenly puppets with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the power of the earth veins, but he had the earth vein orb, which was right below the medicine garden, and he also had a lot of source crystals. So, even if he knew that the consumption was huge, Yang Kai still wanted to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets with him. These things could display the strength of the Emperor realm, so they were definitely good things. After an hour, everyone left Yang Kai's residence and returned to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Today's battle had made Qi Yu and the others realize that their cultivation was insufficient. In the territory of Homeland Star, each of them was an overlord, and the cultivation star they were on would tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, in the star boundary, they were just insignificant characters. They desperately wanted to increase their strength. Chapter 2347. In his room, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet to check on the condition of the soul-devouring insects. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring insects in today's battle. It could even be said that they had exceeded his expectations. These insects were definitely a powerful weapon in group battles. Even the masters of the Third Order Dao Source realm were unable to resist their siege. If they were nurtured for a while longer and evolved again, perhaps even the Emperor realm would have to retreat. However, the time required to nurture the soul-devouring insects was too long and the consumption was definitely not small. Yang Kai needed to buy a large amount of spirit grasses and throw them into the insect enslavement bracelet so that this Emperor artifact could transform the medicinal efficacies of these spirit grasses into nutrients suitable for the growth of the soul-devouring insects. This kind of thing could not be rushed. The soul-devouring insects were ranked very high in the exotic insect book and were ranked 11th on the heaven list. Yang Kai also had many other exotic insects in his insect enslavement bracelet. Although they were not ranked as high as the soul-devouring insects, they should still be able to play a significant role. Yang Kai felt that if he had the time in the future, he should find an opportunity to study the exotic insects sealed in the insect enslavement bracelet. Who knows, he might be able to use them at some point in time. In today's battle, the soul-devouring insects had devoured a lot of the cultivator's soul and source chi and seemed to have grown a little, but it was not obvious. However, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised that the soul-devouring insects could now even devour source chi. In the past, the soul-devouring insects could only devour spiritual energy. From the looks of it, they had indeed grown a lot. 3 days later, Yi Hen came to visit. Yang Kai naturally received him warmly. The situation in Thousand Leaves sect had been settled, and the dead and injured disciples had all been properly taken care of. Although Thousand Leaves sect had suffered heavy losses this time, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The new faction led by Shirt Songying had been completely annihilated, leaving only the disciples and elders who were loyal to the sect. Now that the entire Thousand Leaves sect was of one mind and they had Tian Ho under their command, it was only a matter of time before they would be able to restore their former glory. Yi Hen had yet to recover from his injuries. The battle a few days ago had cost him a lot. When Yang Kai saw him, his face was still pale and his aura was unstable. Yi Jinghan had been by his side the entire time. Yang Kai also knew why Yi Chong was looking for him, so he didn't say anything after taking a seat. He directly handed over the ring that Yi Chong had given him. Yi Hen took it with trembling hands and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, hoping that he would give her the answer she wanted to hear. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the ring that Senior Yi Chong gave me. There should be many cultivation techniques and secret arts of your sect in it." Yi Hen heard this. His body trembled as tears streamed down his face. The wish of his ancestors for tens of thousands of years had finally been realized in his generation. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss and said in surprise, "Young Master Yang, you said earlier that it was Ancestor Yi Chong who gave you this ring? Could it be?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Senior Yi Chong is already dead. I only communicated with a strand of his divine sense that he left behind. He instructed me to bring this ring to you." After listening to Yang Kai's description of what happened in the sealed world, Yi Hen's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Ancestor Yi Chong actually dabbled in the corpse puppet Dao." This, if not for Yang Kai's words, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The corpse puppet technique was a forbidden technique in Thousand Leaves sect, so why would Yi Chong research it? Furthermore, he had actually refined Yi Hen into a corpse puppet. However, Yang Kai clearly had no reason to lie to him. The fact that he brought Yi Chong's ring out and gave it to Yi Hen was enough to explain everything. After being in a daze for a long time, Yi Hen stood up and bowed. "Young Master Yang has shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi Hen will never forget this. Please accept this bow from this Yi Hen." Yi Jinghan also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai helped him up and said, "Sect Master Yi is being too serious. It was just a small matter." Yi Hen knew that this wasn't a small matter. Yang Kai had entered the sealed world and encountered Yi Chong's corpse puppet, so he must have experienced an earth-shattering battle. However, Yang Kai didn't explain the details of the battle, so Yi Hen didn't know how dangerous it was. Young Master Yang will be a friend of Thousand Leaves sect in the future. If you have any requests, Thousand Leaves sect will definitely not refuse," Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Yi, you should first take a look at the things in this ring and see if they are what you think they are." "Alright." Yi Hen was also somewhat impatient to find out if the sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques were in this ring, so he immediately began to break the restrictions on the ring without any intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Yi Jinghan stood to the side, watching with both anticipation and apprehension. This ring could only be opened with the power of one's bloodline, so the restrictions weren't very hard to break. However, if one didn't have the power of one's bloodline to forcefully break the restrictions, the ring would immediately be destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, a streak of light flashed across the simple and unadorned space ring, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the restrictions had been broken. Yi Hen's divine sense surged, and he began to investigate the contents of the ring, his expression fluctuating endlessly. After a long while, Yi Hen retracted his divine sense and sighed heavily. "Father." Yi Jinghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression, thinking that the things in the ring had disappointed him, causing her face to instantly change. Yi Hen waved his hand and said, "The lost items are all here." "Then why is father sighing like that?" Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Hen with a puzzled expression. It was a good thing that they had found the lost secret arts and secret techniques. This meant that Thousand Leaves sect had the capital to gradually grow stronger, and they would no longer be bullied and powerless in the future. Yi Hen smiled bitterly, "It's nothing. Jinghan, you can leave first. I have some things to discuss with young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, "Yes." After saying that, she nodded towards Yang Kai before slowly retreating. After Yi Jinghan left, Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression, as though he found it difficult to speak. "Sect Master Yi, you can speak frankly," Yang Kai said with a faint smile. Yi Hen said, "Then this Yi will offend you. May I ask what young Master Yang thinks of my daughter, Jinghan?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was amiss. However, he still replied truthfully, "Miss Yi has a firm and kind heart. Not bad." Having interacted with Yi Jinghan for a period of time, Yang Kai still had a good impression of her despite not having a deep relationship with her. "How much does my daughter's appearance rate in young Master Yang's eyes?" Yi Hen asked again. Yang Kai thought to himself, "Is this old man for real?" After pondering for a moment, he said, those who love her will naturally think that she is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm afraid that sect master Yi won't be able to ask me about this. Why don't you ask Brother Du Xian? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Cupping his fists, he said, Young Master Yang, this Yi earnestly requests that you take my daughter as your wife and take over Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi heard that young Master Yang doesn't belong to a sect, this Yi is willing to. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said indifferently, Sect Master Yi, I can't break up an affectionate couple. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. Young Master Yang must think that this old master is a snobbish person who would sacrifice his daughter's future happiness for his own selfish desires. However, this old master doesn't have much time left. There is no one in Thousand Leaves sect who is qualified for the position of sect master. If this old master passes away, where will the sect go? Yang Kai frowned. Du Xian is a good successor. Yi Hen sighed. Du Xian is indeed a good child, but his cultivation is still not enough. Yang Kai smiled. Du Xian is a second-order Dao source realm cultivator. May I ask how high sect master Ye's cultivation was when he took over as sect master? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking back to when he took over as sect master, he was only in the first-order Dao source realm. Du Xian was a minor realm higher than him at that time. Yang Kai continued, what's more, your noble sect's heavenly puppets can be controlled again. There are no masters within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, so what is sect master Yi afraid of? Yi Hen's eyes gradually brightened as he nodded, young Master Yang is right. Since the heavenly puppets can be controlled again, what is this old master afraid of? It's just that this old master doesn't have much time left. If this old master had 10 more years, this old master would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly have nothing to fear. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, does sect master Yi think that 10 years is enough for you to break through to the Emperor realm? Yi Hen smiled, this old master's secret art is flawed. Now that I have obtained the things left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong, if I can't break through to the Emperor realm in 10 years, wouldn't this old master have lived in vain? Being able to break through to the third-order Dao source realm despite cultivating a flawed secret art, Yang Kai understood that Yi Hen's aptitude was definitely top-notch. It was just that he was born into a poor family. Now that he had obtained the lost secret art, it was enough to make up for that flaw. 10 years might really be enough for him to break through to the Emperor realm. It's a pity, this old master doesn't have that much time. Yi Hen sighed heavily, feeling sad for his troubled fate. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let Yang Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hen stood up and said, I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai said, since that's the case, please take care, sect master Yi. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, sect master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time. Yi Hen smiled, it's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank sect master Yi in advance. Yi Hen had made this trip for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this, and secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hen was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Lu Yen, as if he did not see Lu Yen controlling Tian Ho. He also did not ask about Lu Yan's origins or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 23:48. After sending Yi Hen off, Yang Kai greeted Qi Yu and the others before entering secluded cultivation. The cultivation of Qi Yu and the others was still too low. If they wanted to cultivate, they needed pills, so Yang Kai entered secluded cultivation to refine some pills for them. During this time, he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, enough to refine enough pills for Qi Yu and the others to cultivate to the Emperor realm. This was especially true for source condensing pills, which were extremely important to Qi Yu and the others. Inside Yang Kai's room, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the furnace. Yang Kai was completely immersed in his alchemy. His level of alchemy had always been on par with his cultivation, so he rarely needed to buy pills since he started cultivating. He could refine the pills he needed and was self-sufficient. After advancing to the third-order Dao source realm in the Thousand Leaves sect sealed world, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills were becoming more and more proficient. He could usually refine 7 or 8 source condensing pills in a single furnace, and if he was lucky, he could even refine 9 source condensing pills. One had to know that even if an Emperor-grade alchemist personally refined source condensing pills, they could only refine 9 source condensing pills in a single furnace. 9 was the limit, and it was also the maximum number of source condensing pills in a single furnace. Not only that, but the quality of the source condensing pills he refined was also extremely good. Almost 1/10 of the total number of source condensing pills had formed pill veins. This was the case for source condensing pills, and it was the same for other spirit pills. During the first month of his secluded cultivation, Yang Kai still had to pay attention to the control of the flames, the carving of the spirit arrays, and the timing of the herbs when he was refining. As time went by, refining Dao source-grade spirit pills became as simple as eating and drinking for him. It was a completely subconscious action, and he didn't need to think too much about it. In his spare time while refining pills, he even had time to cultivate. Furnace after furnace of spirit pills were refined, and Yang Kai's alchemy skills rose sharply. At the same time, his newly promoted third-order Dao source realm cultivation also slowly stabilized. He was no longer as superficial as before. After the second month, Yang Kai had consumed all the Dao source-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had on him and refined them into pills. By the third month, he had already started using Emperor-grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills. After experimenting with more than a dozen batches of herbs, he finally managed to refine a furnace of Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills. The appearance of this furnace of Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills meant that Yang Kai's alchemy level had truly entered the realm of an Emperor-grade alchemist. It was just that he was still not very skilled at the level of an Emperor-level alchemist. He needed a large amount of spirit herbs to practice. But even so, an Emperor-grade alchemist was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. As long as Yang Kai leaked this news, there wouldn't be a single sect that wouldn't rush to recruit him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that he was an Emperor-grade alchemist. From beginning to end, he had only studied alchemy for the sake of his own cultivation. He had never thought about how far he would go on the path of alchemy. Being able to grow to this extent could only be said to be a coincidence. If he was really roped in by a large sect, then he wouldn't have time to cultivate in the future. He would have to deal with herbs all day long and then refine pills for those large sects. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly alchemy tone he had triggered on Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, was the fundamental reason why he could become an Emperor-grade alchemist. Without that heavenly alchemy tone, he would never have been able to grow to this extent. The heavenly voice of the Tao of alchemy had been taught to him by the heavenly Tao. It had taught him many of the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of alchemy that had been born since the beginning of the world. His current pill condensing technique, the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method, was precisely because of that opportunity that he had comprehended. After being promoted to an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai began to use a batch of special spirit herbs to refine pills. This batch of special spirit herbs was the one he had obtained from Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. It was a batch of spirit herbs obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley. Because they grew in Emperor Heaven Valley all year round, each of them had absorbed the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura of Emperor Heaven Valley. Spirit pills refined from this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits would definitely perfectly inherit the Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura. In other words, if one took these spirit pills, they would be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of Emperor Intent and Emperor Aura from the inside out. It could help a cultivator in the third order Dao source realm comprehend the Emperor Realm's realm. The effects of the spirit pills themselves were secondary. Whether it was himself or Hua Qingxi, they were both cultivators in the third order Dao source realm, so they were extremely thirsty for these special spirit pills. Yang Kai spent half a month refining this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits into spirit pills. He divided them into several portions, taking one portion for himself and leaving the other portions for Hua Qingxi and the others. This was the first time Yang Kai had gone into seclusion for nearly 4 months to refine spirit pills. In the past, he had always gone into seclusion to cultivate. Even if he occasionally went into seclusion to refine spirit pills, it would not be for such a long time. After coming out of seclusion, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Hua Qingxi and the others were nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they had gone. However, the rich world energy that filled the air made him excited. Compared to 4 months ago, the density of world energy in Thousand Leaves sect had undoubtedly risen by several levels. Although it could not compare to his sealed world bead or the world energy inside the sealed world, it had indeed improved by a lot. Yang Kai guessed that this was because the entrance to the sealed world had been completely opened. Yi Jinghan had told him before that the sealed world was the source of Thousand Leaves sect's world energy. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Yang Kai had repaired the world-crossing space array, Yi Hen had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Yang Kai's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Yang Kai had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Yang Kai could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly hoe? Yang Kai raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly hoe before, Yang Kai would have thought that it was a 13th order monster beast, but at this moment, he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly hoe. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips, "Little White is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. "Well done." He had been thinking about how to ask Yi Hen about getting 1 or 2 heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves sect to play with, but he did not expect Yi Hen to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's, wasn't it his? But this name. Why is it Little White again? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Mo Xiaoqi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiao Bai, Xiao He, Xiao Hong, Xiao Lan, Xiao Huang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yan jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. This isn't that white tiger, this is another one. Huh? Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. Why don't you want that white tiger? Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yan said, the 4 symbols heavenly puppets are the sect guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away. Yang Kai asked, then how strong can this little white be? A first-order Emperor Realm Master, if I push myself to the limit, Lu Yan answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, isn't there anything more powerful? Lu Yan thought for a while, then said, there is. After a pause, she continued matter-of-factly, but none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange, I don't like them. What's the use of being good-looking? Yang Kai was about to die of anger. Strength is king. Lu Yan's face sank and she snorted, if I had a face full of pockmarks and disgusted you in front of you every day, how would you feel? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he was speechless. He suddenly felt that Lu Yan's words made a lot of sense. Forget it. If it's a first-order Emperor Realm Master, then so be it. It's better than nothing, Yang Kai sighed, feeling that such a great opportunity had been missed by Lu Yan. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yi Hen to exchange for another one now, and Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do so. It was already very generous of Yi Hen to give Lu Yan one. Lu Yan said, don't underestimate it. Little White runs very fast. Who knows, it might be able to save your life. Yang Kai chuckled, I'd like to know why Yi Hen gave this to you. Because I taught him how to control puppets, Lu Yan smiled faintly. Lu Yan smiled faintly. Her soul puppet body was innately capable of controlling all the puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, so she was more than qualified to be Yi Hen's teacher in this regard, saving Yi Hen many years of fumbling around. Yi Hen was grateful, so he naturally gave her one. What about the others? They'll be back soon. They've been helping Thousand Leaves sect rebuild. As they spoke, Yang Kai saw Chi Yu and the others flying over. After a short while, everyone landed one by one. After seeing Yang Kai, they were naturally overjoyed and came up to him to ask about his seclusion. Yang Kai answered them one by one. He found that Chai Hu's cultivation had completely recovered, rising from the Origin King realm to the Dao Source realm. It seemed that the poison in his body had been completely removed. Chapter 2349. Inside the room, Yang Kai, Chi Yu, and the others sat in a circle, listening to them talk about what had happened in the past few months. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ever since the day Qiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble but was completely wiped out, this shocking news spread like wildfire. The sects who had suffered great losses and lost their elites were all terrified. A few days later, these sects sent people over to beg for peace, pushing all the blame onto those who died and saying that they knew nothing about what had happened. Of course, this was nonsense. Even a fool wouldn't believe these excuses. However, these sects had all brought a lot of resources, saying that they wanted to make up for Thousand Leaves sect's losses in that battle. Moreover, they wanted to rely on Thousand Leaves sect, so Yi Hen didn't kill them all. If it were before, Thousand Leaves sect definitely wouldn't have had the strength and confidence to subdue these sects, but now that Tianhu had appeared, the sect had many people from the Emperor realm guarding it. Who would dare to provoke them within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers? Yi Hen made the decision to agree to their request to join Thousand Leaves sect and let them go. In other words, Thousand Leaves sect was now the only overlord within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. One could imagine that after occupying such a large territory, Thousand Leaves sect's development would definitely flourish. Someone from Sky Illumination Palace came as well? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Chi Yu replied, they came. Sky Illumination Palace's third elder came personally and brought a lot of things. He's afraid that Sect Master Yi will eliminate them completely. Yang Kai smiled, then Qiu Yu is willing. Qiu Zhe is his father. Qiu Yu probably won't let him die in Thousand Leaves sect, right? Gue Zhu replied, so what if he's not willing? Sky Illumination Palace wants to curry favor with Thousand Leaves sect. They've already expelled Qiu Yu. They even crippled his cultivation. Now, he's no longer the young palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He's just a person waiting for death. Yang Kai sneered, Sky Illumination Palace's third elder is truly vicious and merciless. Yang Kai didn't know who this third elder was, but he guessed that he was afraid that Qiu Yu would seek revenge in the future, so he crippled Qiu Yu's cultivation and expelled him from Sky Illumination Palace. There was nothing wrong with what he did. If they wanted to protect Sky Illumination Palace, they could only show weakness to Thousand Leaves sect. Qiu Yu was Qiu Zhe's only son, and since his father had died in Thousand Leaves sect, he naturally had to avenge Qiu Zhe. Thinking back to a few months ago, Qiu Yu was still flushed with success, but after a few months, he had actually become a stray dog. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. If it weren't for Qiu Zhe and the others being too overbearing, how could those sects have fallen to such a state? Young boy, we have something we want to discuss with you, Aio suddenly said. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at them in confusion. Chi Yu and the others glanced at each other before Gu Songyun said, Big brother, please speak. Gue Zhu nodded and said, it's like this. The few of us had a simple discussion. I wonder what sect master thinks about joining Thousand Leaves sect. You want to join the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai raised his brows. Gue Zhu said, that's right. Sect Master Yi had also mentioned this to us before, but we didn't agree because you hadn't come out of seclusion yet, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked, do you really want to join? Chi Yu smiled bitterly and said, ever since we entered the star boundary, we've been suffering from the cold and warmth of the world. We've thought about joining a sect before, but we lacked strength and connections. Now that Sect Master Yi has personally invited us, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Gu Songyun said, Sect Master Yang, you haven't joined a sect yet, so you should know the difficulties of cultivating alone. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. Although his path had been smooth, he didn't have the convenience of being a sect disciple, so it was understandable that Chi Yu and the others wanted to join Thousand Leaves sect. After pondering for a moment, he said, this is a good thing. Sect Master Yi has personally invited you, which shows his sincerity. Since you're all interested, it's fine for you to stay. Previously, he was still thinking about how to settle Gue Zhu and the others in the future. Originally, he was wondering if he should bring them to Azure Sun Temple, but he wasn't a very important person in Azure Sun Temple, so it would be inappropriate to rashly ask Wen Zishan to take them in. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wen Zishan would definitely not refuse if he asked, joining Azure Sun Temple through the back door would definitely be looked down upon. Azure Sun Temple was not a small sect. However, Yi Hen's invitation surprised him a little. Thousand Leaves sect could be considered to have many things to do now, and it was in need of people. Moreover, the future was bright, so it was not a bad idea for Chi Yu and the others to stay here. Just by restoring the entrance to the sealed world and bringing back the lost secret arts and secret techniques to Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen would definitely not mistreat his friends in the future. Do you agree? Chi Yu asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is a matter between the seniors. Why would I disagree? What about you? Where are you going?" Aio looked at him and asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I want to look for Xiao Xiao." Of his companions who came from the territory of Homeland Star, except for the fallen Wu Dao, the others had been found. Only Xiao Xiao's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai was very worried. Every day that he couldn't find Xiao Xiao was a day that Yang Kai couldn't rest easy. "How are you going to find him?" Chi Yu frowned slightly. "I don't know. I may have to go to Netherworld sect and look for Yin Lusheng. Maybe he knows something." When they came out of the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, landed near Blue Feather sect and were then forced to join Blue Feather sect together. Chi Yu and the others landed near Sky Crane City. According to this, Xiao Xiao might be with Yin Lusheng, who also came from Great Desolate Star. If he could find Yin Lusheng, he might be able to find some clues about Xiao Xiao. He still remembered that Yin Lusheng said that he was a disciple of Netherworld sect. There was a Netherworld sect in the territory of Great Desolate Star, and there was also a Netherworld sect in the Star Boundary. It was just that he didn't know where the Netherworld sect in the Star Boundary was, so he needed to make some inquiries. "You must be careful, Qing Luo and the others are still waiting for you," Chi Yu warned with a solemn expression. They had met Yin Lusheng before and knew that Netherworld sect should be a big sect in the Star Boundary. Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng had a grudge against each other in the Starlight Corridor, so if they met again, the other party would definitely not let it go. What's more, Yin Lusheng also knew that Yang Kai was a Star Master and wanted to snatch his Star's Source. Star's Source was a rare thing in the Star Boundary. It could help a cultivator gain insight into principal strength, so anyone would be jealous. "I understand," Yang Kai smiled slightly, "for them, I will never put myself in danger." Afterward, Yang Kai took out the spirit pills he had refined during this period of time and handed them to Chi Yu and the others, leaving behind a large number of source crystals for them. These were all things that Chi Yu and the others urgently lacked. Although they knew that Yang Kai might be doing well, seeing him take out so many spirit pills and source crystals still surprised everyone. Thinking back to a year ago, in order to buy source condensing pills, they had entered and exited all kinds of dangerous places, killing monster beast in exchange for source crystals, and then using source crystals to buy source condensing pills, but even so, they could only buy a few dozen at a time. These dozens of source condensing pills had to be divided equally among several people, so each person would receive less than 10 pills, which would be consumed in a few days. After that, they would have to go out again to hunt monster beast, repeating the cycle over and over again. But now, Yang Kai had taken out more than a few thousand source condensing pills. Such a large number of spirit pills was enough for them to convert all their strength into source chi. There were also a variety of other cultivation pills, many of which had formed pill veins. Chai, who was especially shocked, only now realizing that Yang Kai's alchemy level was actually so high. An hour later, Yang Kai went to pay a visit to Yi Hen. Yi Hen seemed to be in seclusion, but when he heard that Yang Kai had come, he happily came out to welcome him. After the two took a seat, Yi Hen hurriedly said, "This Yi should have been the one to pay a visit to young Master Yang, but young Master Yang unexpectedly came by himself. This Yi has been impolite." Yang Kai smiled faintly, "Sect Master Yi is too polite." After ordering for tea to be served, Yi Hen asked, "I wonder what instructions young Master Yang has for coming to find this Yi this time?" Although Thousand Leaves sect had become the overlord of this area, and Yi Hen's status had also risen, he still did not get carried away and maintained his humble attitude in front of Yang Kai. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai knew that Yi Hen was definitely not an ungrateful person, so he was completely relieved that Chi Yu and the others had chosen to stay here. "I don't dare give you any instructions, but my seniors have told me that they wish to stay in Thousand Leaves sect. I've come here to ask Sect Master Yi to take care of us in the future, Yang Kai said warmly. Yi Hen laughed heartily. Young Master Yang is treating me like an outsider. The reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to rise from the brink of death was all because of young Master Yang's efforts. Not to mention taking care of them. Even if young Master Yang wanted the position of sect master, this Yi would not even frown. This old man still wants me to marry into his family? Yang Kai cursed in his heart before waving his hand. I won't be staying, I still have things to do. Hearing this, Yi Hen didn't show much of a reaction. Perhaps what he said just now was just a final test, so he simply laughed heartily. Then this Yi won't say anything else. I only hope that young Master Yang can visit Thousand Leaves sect more often in the future. Thousand Leaves sect will definitely welcome you. Since Chi Yu and the others were staying here, Yang Kai would definitely come. Yang Kai had great potential, so there was no mistake in building a good relationship with him. Although Yi Hen was old, his eyesight was very sharp, so he naturally understood this. Naturally. Yang Kai smiled slightly before changing the topic. Last time, I heard Sect Master Yi say that if you were given 10 years, you would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Yi Hen's expression turned solemn. Last time, this Yi misspoke. Yang Kai was stunned. Yi Hen proudly declared, if this Yi had 5 more years, this Yi would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. The secret arts and secret techniques left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong are extremely useful to this Yi, and the more this Yi comprehended them, the more I felt that I gained. If I could completely comprehend them, I might not even need 5 years. Unfortunately. At this point, he sighed, I don't know if this old master can last that long with his current body. Chapter 2350. Yi Hen was already at the end of his life, and the last battle had worsened his physical condition, so what he said was not a lie. If he could break through the shackles and break through to the Emperor realm before his death, there would naturally be no need to worry about his lifespan. At that time, his lifespan would also increase, but if he could not break through, then he could only return to the earth. Right now, he only hated that time did not wait for him. However, he couldn't blame others for this and could only sigh at his own bad luck. If he had met Yang Kai a few years earlier, perhaps he would have been an emperor of the Emperor realm by now. Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out a jade box, slowly pushing it in front of Yi Hen. This spirit pill should be of some help to Sect Master Yi. This is. Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had suddenly taken out a spirit pill for him, but he obviously knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he didn't dare neglect and quickly took it and opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a longan-sized spirit pill with an inexplicable halo flowing around it. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yi Hen's nose. Smelling this pill fragrance, Yi Hen's expression froze as she inexplicably felt that she had become much younger. He cried out involuntarily, "Young Master Yang, what kind of pill is this?" Although he had never seen this kind of spirit pill before, just the pill fragrance alone was enough to make him feel this way, so this spirit pill was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Yang Kai could even refine a heaven-defying treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill, so how could his skills be bad? I wonder if Sect Master Yi has heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yang Kai asked unhurriedly. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill? Yi Hen raised his brow, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "This is the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill?" Yang Kai looked at his reaction. Obviously, he knew about the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Inside the star boundary, there were many treasures that could prolong one's life, but all of them were legendary and extinct. Not to mention Yi Hen, who was in the Third Order Dao Source realm, even those in the Emperor realm couldn't obtain them. Yi Hen knew that he was nearing the end of his life and had thought of looking for these life-prolonging pills. However, there were no clues about these things. Even if there were clues, it would not be up to Yi Hen to look for them. Many from the Emperor realm had already gone to fight for it. Therefore, Yi Hen had resigned himself to his fate. During this period of time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques that he had lost and recovered, hoping to break through his shackles and become an emperor before he died of old age. Even if he didn't manage to break through, he wanted to leave behind some insights for Yi Jinghan so that she wouldn't have to take any detours. But at this moment, there was a flowing time Great Emperor pill in front of Yi Hen. He had a detailed understanding of what kind of pills could prolong one's life in the astral boundary, so he naturally knew the effects of the flowing time Great Emperor pill. Strictly speaking, the flowing time Great Emperor pill did not have the effect of prolonging one's life, as it was unable to increase a person's lifespan. Its main effect was to cause the body of the person who consumed it to regress by a few decades. In other words, after consuming this flowing time Great Emperor pill, Yi Hen's body would regress by a few decades. This could be considered as a form of life prolonging in disguise. Of course, there was a huge limitation to this regress. It was impossible for it to completely remove the injuries of the person who consumed it. If it could cause injuries to regress by a few decades before being removed, then the effects of the flowing time Great Emperor pill would be too heaven-defying. As for the flowing time Great Emperor pill that Yang Kai had taken out, it had the effect of at least 50 years. Yi Hen simply could not believe that he would encounter such a good thing. Just as he was complaining about how time did not wait for him and how he did not have enough time to fulfill his ambitions, Yang Kai gave him a flowing time Great Emperor pill. For a moment, he was so excited that he could not control himself. He did not suspect Yang Kai at all. This was because he knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Four Seasons realm and the Flowing Time Temple. The main ingredient of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, came from the Flowing Time Temple. Yang Kai had obviously obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit before, which was why he was able to refine this spirit pill. Although the effects of this Flowing Time Great Emperor pill only lasted for a few decades, for the current Yi Hen, this spirit pill was the best spirit pill in the world. Even if he had to give up everything he had, he would be willing to buy it. Yet, Yang Kai had directly given it to him. Wasn't this the so-called timely help? With this Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, what did he need to worry about? He only needed to enter seclusion for a few years and then break through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, he was 90% sure that he would succeed. A beautiful future was slowly unfolding in front of him, and he could almost see the moment when he led Thousand Leaves sect to its former glory. After being excited for a while, Yi Hen slowly calmed down. After standing up, he bowed deeply to Yang Kai. Yi Hen has repeatedly received great kindness from young Master Yang and is unable to repay it. Yi Hen hereby swears that Yi Hen and Thousand Leaves sect will treat young Master Yang as our best friend. If you have any requests in the future, Yi Hen will not refuse. If I violate this oath, Yi Hen and the descendants of the Yi family will be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Yi Hen made this oath very quickly and resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. Before Yang Kai could react, Yi Hen had already finished swearing the oath. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pour into Yi Hen's body, branding his knowledge sea. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yi, there's no need to do this. He clearly knew what Yi Hen's oath was about. It was a great heart demon oath, and Yi Hen swore it with his own Dao foundation. There was no possibility of him going back on it in the future, and if he violated it, he would really be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Moreover, this great heart demon oath was not only related to him, but also Yi Jinghan and the future descendants of the Yi family. The reason why Yang Kai took out the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill and gave it to Yi Hen was mainly because Qi Yu and the others were here. Although Thousand Leaves sect's Tian Ho could now be used, Thousand Leaves sect's greatest weakness was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, so it was inevitable that others would underestimate them. From Qi Yu and the others' point of view, Yang Kai also hoped that Yi Hen would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai had refined the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit into a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill a few days ago and made up his mind to give one to Yi Hen. How could he have imagined that Yi Hen would actually reciprocate in such a way? Yi Hen slowly shook his head. Young Master Yang has given my Yi family and Thousand Leaves sect a new lease of life, so what harm is there in making a simple oath? Rest assured, young Master Yang, this old master will take good care of Qi Yu and the others. I won't let them lose a single hair. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. With Yi Hen's great heart demon oath, Yang Kai was completely relieved. He knew that unless Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, Qi Yu and the others would definitely not be in any danger. With Thousand Leaves sect's current foundation, unless the top sects personally took action, no one would be able to destroy them. By the way, Sect Master Yi, I would like to ask you about something. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Yi Hen replied, Young Master Yang, feel free to speak your mind. May I ask how much Sect Master Yi knows about a sect called the Netherworld sect? 3 days later, Yang Kai set off from Thousand Leaves sect. After Yi Hen obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately went into seclusion. It was likely that he could not wait to refine the medicinal efficacies before continuing to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu, and the others sent Yang Kai off, sending him off 1,000 kilometers away. Qi Yu and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. After all, they had finally reunited in the star boundary, yet Yang Kai was about to leave again. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai was concerned about Xiao Xiao, so they did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Yang Kai naturally kept this advice in mind. In the wilderness, Yang Kai came to a stop, glanced at the crowd, and said, Everyone, go back. I'll come to see you another day. Gue Zhu grinned meaningfully, Sect Master, you have to be well. We're all waiting for you to establish another sect in the star boundary. When that time comes, we'll all go and help you. Yang Kai nodded, that day will come. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chai Hu, a complicated look on his face. Senior Chai Hu, do you want to do it, or should I? His question seemed to come out of nowhere. However, no one showed any astonishment on their faces, as though they knew what he meant. Chai Hu gave a faint sigh before replying, let me do it. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Yang. Then, I'll bid you farewell here. We'll definitely meet again in the future. Yang Kai cupped his fists, before summoning his wooden boat and flying off into the distance. Right at this moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from behind a small mound nearby. Wrapped in this stream of light was a delicate figure. At a glance, one could tell that it was a woman. As soon as this person came out, she waved a long sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Yang Kai while shouting, I'll kill you. Yang Kai shot an indifferent glance at her, sighing softly in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against her. The person who had ambushed him here and wanted to kill him by surprise was Luo Bing. After not seeing her for a few months, Luo Bing no longer had her former beauty and innocence. Now, she looked exhausted, her beautiful eyes were dim, and her aura was unstable. Her clothes were no longer bright, and her face was covered in dust. It was obvious that she hadn't had a good time in the past few months. She was Luo Jin's daughter, and Luo Jin had done many bad things when he was in charge of Sky Crane City. Now that Luo Jin was dead, the people who had been bullied in Sky Crane City naturally wanted to take revenge. Now that Luo Jin was dead, they naturally wanted to find Luo Bing. Fortunately, Luo Bing was a good person, and some of the city lord's mansion's guards were loyal to her, so they protected her as she escaped from Sky Crane City. However, she had been hiding all this time, and hadn't had a single day of peace. She had always been Sky Crane City's little princess, and she was used to living like a prince. Now that her life had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, she was at a loss. Luo Bing didn't know where she had heard the news that her father had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so she had set up an ambush here to kill Yang Kai and avenge Luo Jin. However, Her cultivation was only at the First Order Origin King realm, while Yang Kai and his companions were all Dao Source realm cultivators, so they could sense her aura as soon as they arrived here. The reason why no one pointed it out was because they all knew her identity. The sword light was bright, but Luo Bing's sword didn't carry the slightest murderous intent. Her beautiful eyes were gloomy. Obviously, she knew that it was unrealistic for her to kill Yang Kai with her current strength. She had set up an ambush here just to seek death, and she was hoping that Yang Kai would kill her out of anger. However, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would just take a glance at her and ignore her. Chapter 2351. The ice-cold longsword pierced through the sky and pressed forward, just like Luo Bing's ice-cold and resolute heart. Her sword was destined to pierce nothing, as the disparity in strength between Luo Bing and Yang Kai was too great. While she was still halfway there, Yang Kai had already disappeared on the wooden boat. However, her sword didn't pierce nothing. A tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo Bing, looking at her with a compassionate and complicated gaze. Luo Bing wasn't able to retract her sword in time, and it pierced through the chest of the tall and sturdy figure. The sword went 3 inches into his chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Luo Bing was instantly stunned, and she stared blankly at the tall and sturdy figure. She cried out involuntarily, "Brother Chai." The person who had suddenly blocked her path and let the longsword pierce through his chest was actually Chai Hu. With Chai Hu's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm, it would have been easy for him to dodge this sword. Even if he didn't want to dodge, he could have easily blocked it by circulating his source energy. However, he didn't do so, and instead allowed Luo Bing to vent her anger. Luo Bing, who was determined to die, finally panicked. She had come here to ambush and launch a sneak attack, not intending to return alive. Even if she couldn't kill Yang Kai, she would still die at Yang Kai's hands and reunite with her father in the netherworld. She had come here with the determination to die, but she had injured Chai Hu in the process. Chai Hu's chest was quickly dyed red, causing Luo Bing's pupils to dilate. The redness seemed to have covered all the light in front of her, filling her entire world with a terrifying blood-red light. The huge mental impact caused Luo Bing's delicate body to soften, and she almost fell to the ground. Chai Hu stretched out his hand to support her. Not only that, but he also grabbed her arms. Then, he slowly dragged her towards him. Luo Bing was powerless to resist. It didn't matter if she was dragged by Chai Hu, but the sharp sword in her hand was still stuck in Chai Hu's chest. Now that she moved, the sharp sword was stuck even deeper into his chest. Chi chi chi, the sound of metal rubbing against flesh was ear-piercing, and the long sword pierced through his chest in the blink of an eye. Luo Bing's pretty face instantly turned pale. She shouted in panic, "Brother Chai, what are you doing? Quickly stop." However, no matter how much she shouted, Chai Hu didn't move. The expressions of Chi Yu and the others changed drastically, as they never expected that Chai Hu would actually do such a thing. By the time they came to their senses, Chai Hu had already pulled Luo Bing to his chest and whispered in her ear, "Young Master Yang killed your father, so I'll pay him back for him. You don't attack him. Stop it. Stop it. I don't want to take revenge anymore. I don't want to take revenge on him anymore. Let go of me, Brother Chai." Luo Bing burst into tears as she felt the warmth in her chest. How could he not know that it was Chai Hu's blood? Of Luo Bing. His heart was filled with self-reproach, as he felt that if he had not overestimated himself and caused a ruckus here, Chai Hu would definitely not have acted in such a manner. She hadn't known Chai Hu for a long time, and they weren't familiar with each other. However, when she was in her most difficult and dangerous situation, Chai Hu had descended from the heavens and saved her from the abyss of suffering. Even though Chai Hu had his own selfish motives for saving her, Luo Bing still couldn't forget the tall and imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. Her feelings were touched at that moment. A figure was branded in the softest part of her heart. She had been wandering around for the past few months, and she missed the feeling of safety. Her feelings were like old wine, fermenting in her heart. The figure buried in her heart became clearer and clearer, and she couldn't get rid of it. However, when she saw him again, her sword had pierced into his chest and came out of his body, taking away half of his life. She had lived a carefree life for more than 10 years. Was it all for this heart-wrenching pain? If that was the case, she would rather live a simple life than let him be safe and sound. Get lost. Qi Yu was furious, and she waved her hand, sending Luo Bing flying. Gue Zhu and the others also hurried forward to check Chai Hu's injuries. After Luo Bing landed, she didn't care about her own condition, and instead rushed towards Chai Hu. Her pretty face was covered in tears, and her face was filled with self-blame and remorse. After a short while, Gue Zhu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured. It's not too serious." As he spoke, he took out a pill and stuffed it into Chai Hu's mouth. His source qi shook, sending the sword flying. He then poured his source qi into Chai Hu's body to dissolve the pill's effects and heal his injuries. "I'll take him back to treat his injuries first," Gue Zhu said, before he carried Chai Hu and flew in the direction of Thousand Leaves sect. Before leaving, Chai Hu coughed softly and said, "Don't make things difficult for her. She has her own difficulties." Qi Yu sighed, "What's the matter?" Today's incident was inexplicable, but Qi Yu could faintly see that there was something going on between her fourth brother and Sky Crane City's little princess. After a short while, everyone had left, and only Qi Yu remained standing in her original place with a frown on her face. As for Luo Bing, she was half kneeling on the ground, looking in the direction Chai Hu had left in. She wept bitterly and muttered, "I won't take revenge. Big brother Chai, don't die." She kept repeating this sentence, while her tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace. However, she forgot that Chai Hu was already far away and couldn't hear her. Seeing her like this, Qi Yu couldn't help but sympathize with her, and she said in a deep voice, "He won't die. Your sword didn't injure him seriously." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing suddenly raised her head and looked at Qi Yu. She wept as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. "Thank you, thank you." As she spoke, she put her palms together and faced the sky. She closed her beautiful eyes and allowed her tears to flow down her cheeks. "You're on your own now," Qi Yu said, before her figure flickered and she followed the crowd. Luo Bing was left alone, praying piously, while a sad yet beautiful feeling filled the wilderness. A month later, Yang Kai arrived at a city called Marsh City. This city was located at the border of the Southern Territory and wasn't far from the Eastern Territory. The reason why he came here was because he wanted to go to the Netherworld sect and find Yin Lusheng to inquire about Xiao Xiao. According to his guess, after Xiao Xiao came out of the Starlight Corridor, there was a high possibility that she would end up with Yin Lusheng. As for how to inquire about her, Yang Kai could only act according to the situation. He couldn't find Yin Lusheng directly. After all, there was still enmity between the two of them, and the other party knew that he had Star's source. The Netherworld sect was a powerful force in the Eastern Territory and was definitely a sect that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Azure Sun Temple. This information was given to him by Yi Hen. Yi Hen also told him that in the entire star boundary, the Southern Territory had the least cultivation materials and the world energy there was relatively thin. Therefore, the overall level of the cultivator was relatively low. However, in the other three territories, the overall level of the cultivator was much higher than that of the Southern Territory. In the Eastern Territory, there were definitely no less than 10 powerful sects like the Netherworld sect, but there were only 4 in the Southern Territory, which showed the gap. The Eastern Territory also had an Overlord-level sect. The 10 Great Emperors, the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul, founded by the Serene Soul Palace, was in the Eastern Territory. There was even a rumor that the famous Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island were both located in the East Sea. However, no one could verify whether this was true or not. After all, these two mythical islands were too elusive for ordinary martial artists. It seemed that under the influence of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, many sects and cultivator in the Eastern Territory practiced some evil secret arts. For example, the Netherworld sect was one of them. Therefore, the cultivation atmosphere in the entire Eastern Territory was completely different from that of the Southern Territory. When walking in the Eastern Territory, one had to be careful everywhere. There was no telling when one would encounter evil people who wanted to take one's life. During this month, Yang Kai passed by many cities and used space arrays in those cities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach Marsh City at the border of the Southern Territory in a month. With Yang Kai's current speed and cultivation, he might not be able to reach here even if he flew for several decades. The vastness of the astral boundary was beyond his imagination. After arriving at Marsh City, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to enter the Eastern Territory. Instead, he first found an inn to stay in. Because this was the border between the Eastern Territory and the Southern Territory, not only could one see cultivator from the Southern Territory, but also many cultivator from the Eastern Territory. He stayed here to inquire about the general situation of the Eastern Territory, especially the situation of the Netherworld sect. This was to prevent him from entering the Eastern Territory rashly. On the streets of Marsh City, many of the cultivator walking along the stream exuded an unyielding, evil, and ruthless aura. Even their appearance was ferocious and terrifying. At a glance, one could tell that they were from some sects in the Eastern Territory. Moreover, the law and order in Marsh City was extremely chaotic. Although there was a city lord's mansion and experts overseeing it, Yang Kai had seen several fights in less than a day since he arrived, and even a few people had died. This was absolutely unimaginable in Maplewood City. Not to mention Maplewood City, even some of the other cities in the Southern Territory would not have such a thing happen. When those fights broke out, Yang Kai could clearly sense the auras of many experts hidden in the surroundings, but no one stopped them. It was only when the fights were over that those hidden experts suddenly appeared and captured all the combatants. They stripped the dead cultivators' space rings and left the corpses on the streets without any care. These experts were obviously from the city lord's mansion. Looking at their behavior, it seemed that they were eager for the cultivator to fight in the city. This way, they would have an excuse to capture them and then make some extra money for themselves. Yang Kai had no intention of causing trouble. He wanted to find a tea house or restaurant to stay for a few days. Because these places were filled with all kinds of people, he could eavesdrop on some of the information he wanted. After asking around, Yang Kai headed for the largest tea house in Marsh City, the Pleasant Pavilion Tea House. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the tea house. Looking around, this tea house was built in an imposing manner. It was 5 stories high. In this chaotic place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the owner of this tea house must have a powerful background, most likely related to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Kai Yang stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a waiter who enthusiastically greeted him. Chapter 2352. Yang Kai found a seat on the 3rd floor, ordered a pot of good spirit tea, and sat there quietly, listening to the conversations of the tea-house guests. The cultivation of the cultivator who came here to drink tea was uneven, but the information they inadvertently revealed while chatting was what Yang Kai needed. After sitting in the tea-house for most of the day, the tea-house guests changed batch after batch, but Yang Kai did not move. He really did find out a lot of useful information. Unfortunately, no one talked about the Netherworld sect, which made him a little disappointed. He secretly felt that if he wanted to inquire about the Netherworld sect, he probably needed to enter the Eastern Territory first. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave, not far from the opposite street, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly surged out, seeming to be traces of a fight. Yang Kai was already used to this. Marsh City's public security was chaotic, and fights broke out from time to time. For him, it was fine as long as they did not provoke him. The energy fluctuation came and went quickly. The gap in strength between the two sides of the fight was not small. Immediately afterward, a graceful figure flew out of a medicine shop on the opposite side. This figure spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air and immediately fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a while. It seemed that the injury was not light. A bald man rushed out of the medicine shop and shouted ferociously, "Bitch, you dare to cause trouble in my endless treasures pavilion? This is just a warning. If there's a next time, I'll take your life." Scram! After drinking, the big man looked at the woman who fell to the ground with disdain and walked back into the shop. The cultivators on the street saw this scene and seemed to be accustomed to it. No one sympathized with the injured woman. They just felt that this woman's luck was really bad, daring to cause trouble in Endless Treasures Pavilion. She simply did not know how to write the word death. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business, but when he casually glanced over and saw the woman's appearance clearly, he could not help but be startled. Xian Yun? This woman turned out to be Lu Xian Yun. Lu Xian Yun, who came from the territory of great desolate star like Yin Lusheng. Back then, he and Lu Xian Yun were forced to join Blue Feather sect. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together, but after Wu Mengshan escaped, he went on a killing spree, and his temperament became cruel and violent. Yang Kai was afraid that he would implicate Lu Xian Yun, so he parted ways with her after escaping from Blue Feather sect. After a few years, he didn't expect to meet them again at the border of the Southern Territory. However, it seemed that Lu Xian Yun was not in a good situation. She was only at the First Order Dao Source realm, and her aura was unstable. It was obvious that he had just advanced not too long ago. Just like Qi Yu and the others, the source Qi in his body had not been completely converted. In addition, he had been injured by the bald man earlier, so he was in a very sorry state. His pure white clothes were dyed red with blood. His chest area was eye-catching. During his time in Blue Feather sect, he and Lu Xian Yun also supported each other and formed a friendship. Now that he saw her being bullied, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. With a thought, Yang Kai jumped down from the third floor and landed lightly beside Lu Xian Yun, reaching out to pull her. As if sensing that someone was attacking her, Lu Xian Yun's face couldn't help but change. She waved her hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. "Xian Yun, it's me!" Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. Lu Xian Yun's palm paused mid-air. Her tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement. After seeing Yang Kai's face, her beautiful eyes bloomed with surprise and joy as she cried out, "Brother Yang?" The two of them entered Blue Feather sect at the same time. Although they were forced to do so, they were indeed brother and junior sister. Yang Kai smiled at her and said, "It's a small world. Brother Yang, why are you here too?" After seeing Yang Kai, Lu Xianyun seemed to have forgotten that she had just been bullied and was overjoyed, her face glowing with amazing brilliance. It could be seen that her joy came from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest bit of pretense. When she was in Blue Feather sect, Yang Kai took care of her in every possible way. He even gave her a lot of source crystals he earned from refining pills for others. Unfortunately, since she separated from Yang Kai, she had never met someone who treated her so well again. For Lu Xianyun, the best days in the star boundary were undoubtedly her time in Blue Feather sect. "I just happened to pass by. Let's catch up later." "What's wrong with you?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Xianyun's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before she forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, brother. Let's find a place to sit down and talk." Yang Kai said lightly, "How can you be fine after being beaten like this?" "It's really nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Brother, you don't have to pay attention to it." Lu Xianyun insisted. She was obviously afraid that her matter would implicate Yang Kai, so she wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She had been in Marsh City for quite some time now, so she naturally understood the chaos here. She also knew who was behind this endless treasures pavilion. Yang Kai was also a third-order origin king when she parted ways with him. No matter how good Yang Kai's aptitude was, it was impossible for him to break through so quickly. Now, he was at most the same cultivation as her, so causing trouble here was tantamount to courting death. While speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, wanting to take him away from this troublesome place. Yang Kai was unmoved and stood there firmly. If you still remember this, brother, tell me what's going on. A trivial endless treasures pavilion is nothing in this brother's eyes. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. When he was drinking tea in the tea house just now, he had heard some information. There was only one Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City, and that was the Emperor Realm City Lord. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so there was really no need for him to be afraid of such a cultivator. No matter who was behind this endless treasures pavilion, it couldn't be more powerful than the City Lord. With his current strength, he could definitely exchange blows with a first-order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention Lu Yen and Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai used its full strength, it would also be a first-order Emperor Realm Master. It would be fine if the City Lord of Marsh City didn't provoke him, but if he really did, he wouldn't mind turning this city upside down. Lu Xianyun was stunned in place as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. At this moment, she wanted to check Yang Kai's cultivation, but when she swept it with her divine sense, she was shocked to find that the aura in Yang Kai's body was fuzzy. In other words, with her strength, she couldn't detect Yang Kai's depth at all. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. At that time, when she and Kai Yang had separated, their cultivations were about the same, but after not seeing each other for a few years, she couldn't even detect Kai Yang's cultivation. It was clear how big the gap between the two was. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash, but I still have to help you vent your anger, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips, knowing that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Feeling touched, she whispered, I came here to sell something, but the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low. I didn't want to sell it, but they forced me to. They're going too far. Yang Kai's face darkened as he asked, what are you selling? I'm not sure. It's a spirit flower that I got by accident. Lu Xianyun looked ashamed. She didn't even know what she was selling. She just felt that the price offered by Endless Treasures Pavilion was too low, so she didn't want to sell it. However, she didn't expect that the other party wouldn't return it at all. After she argued with them, they actually attacked her and injured her. What price did they offer? 10,000 low-rank source crystals, Lu Xianyun said softly. Yang Kai nodded and said, come with me. Saying so, he led Lu Xianyun to Endless Treasures Pavilion. As soon as the two stepped into Endless Treasures Pavilion, the manservant who was busy at the counter immediately greeted them warmly, but when he saw Lu Xianyun following Yang Kai, the polite smile on his face suddenly disappeared and he glared at Lu Xianyun coldly, why are you here again, slut? The manservant looked like he was only a first-order origin king, but facing a first-order Dao Source Realm Master like Lu Xianyun, he didn't feel the slightest pressure and instead directly cursed her. Obviously, he didn't put Lu Xianyun in his eyes because of his background. After cursing, he smiled contemptuously at Yang Kai and said, you even brought a lover here. It seems you haven't died yet. Asterisk pa, asterisk as soon as the manservant's voice fell, Yang Kai slapped him. The gap between the manservant's cultivation and Yang Kai's was not small, so how could he avoid this slap? He didn't even see what was going on before he felt a sharp pain in his cheek and immediately flew high into the air. In mid-air, another series of slapping sounds rang out as Yang Kai continued to slap him. At first glance, this manservant was a bully who looked down on others, calling them slut and lover, so how could Yang Kai give him a good face? A dozen slaps flew out, and even though Kai Yang didn't use much strength, it was enough to make his opponent dizzy. When he fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and all of his teeth were knocked out. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, the cultivator walking on the street in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion saw it, and all of them suddenly widened their eyes and looked inside in amazement. They thought, "Who is this idiot? How dare he hit people in the Endless Treasures Pavilion? I'm afraid he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." It was human nature to watch a good show, so many cultivators suddenly appeared in front of the Endless Treasures Pavilion's door, all of them looking inside, wanting to see how Yang Kai and the others would die. Lu Xianyun was also dumbfounded. Although Yang Kai had just told her that he didn't put the Endless Treasures Pavilion in his eyes, and she knew that Yang Kai's strength was definitely not ordinary, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would hit someone as soon as he came in. If she had known this, Lu Xianyun wouldn't have let Yang Kai in no matter what. This matter had blown up. Although Yang Kai only hit a manservant who couldn't be seen in public, the other party was the face of the Endless Treasures Pavilion after all. Being slapped more than a dozen times in public was tantamount to slapping the face of the Endless Treasures Pavilion. How could the Endless Treasures Pavilion just let it go? For a moment, Lu Xianyun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, feeling that she had implicated Yang Kai. Her heart was filled with guilt and she only wanted to take Yang Kai away from here, the farther the better. As if feeling her anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai reached out and squeezed her palm, smiled at her, and said, "Don't be afraid, big brother can handle it." Lu Xianyun looked at his bright and confident smile in a daze, and inexplicably, her mood suddenly calmed down. Chapter 2353. Who dares to cause trouble in my Endless Treasures Pavilion? A roar came from the back hall as the burly bald man who had injured Lu Xianyun before rushed out. His towering body gave off a strong oppressive aura, and the aura exuding from his body was also extremely ferocious. Seeing this burly man come out, the young servant who had been beaten up seemed to have found his backbone and rushed towards him, his hands covering his cheeks as he called out vaguely, "Deacon Master, you have to uphold justice for this lowly one." As soon as this person came in, he attacked this lowly one indiscriminately. This lowly one's strength is too low to resist and all of his teeth were knocked out by him. Look at this, this lowly one is so pitiful. He kept crying, and with the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, he really looked very miserable. If someone who didn't know the inside story knew about this, they would definitely sympathize with him. However, Yang Kai didn't use much strength, so although his injuries looked miserable, they weren't serious at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lively. You dare to act wildly in my Endless Treasures Pavilion? Boy, you don't want to live. The burly bald man stared at Yang Kai with a pair of cheetah-like eyes and shouted fiercely. Turning his gaze, he saw Lu Xianyun standing next to Yang Kai and seemed to understand something, grinning viciously. "I was wondering what was going on. It turns out you found a helper." Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai mockingly and said, "Boy, this king doesn't know what benefits this woman gave you to make you stand up for her, but you made a big mistake by daring to come here." With a wave of his hand, the door of Endless Treasures Pavilion suddenly closed and 4 Dao Source Realm cultivator rushed out from all directions. They surrounded Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, leaving no room for escape. This unforeseen event happened extremely abruptly. Lu Xianyun's beautiful face paled in an instant and she couldn't help but lean towards Yang Kai, as if seeking some sense of security. A calming aura lingered at the tip of her nose. Lu Xianyun looked up at Yang Kai and saw his indifferent expression. It was as if the situation in front of him was nothing to him. Influenced by him, Lu Xianyun suddenly calmed down. "They're bullying us with numbers." A playful smile appeared at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth as he looked around. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found that the 4 Dao Source Realm cultivators were all first order, and the burly bald man was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He didn't know where they got the courage to close. They actually dared to close the door, trying to deceive others and make Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun stay here forever. Hearing Yang Kai's words, The bald man just snorted coldly and looked at Lu Xianyun coldly, saying in a deep voice, "I didn't intend to do anything to you, but since you didn't know how to appreciate my kindness and took the initiative to return, don't blame this king for being ruthless. It just so happens that this king lacks a bed warmer. You're pretty good looking too, be you." Lu Xianyun trembled with anger as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "In your dreams. This shameless man not only stole her spirit flower and injured her, but now he even coveted her beauty and wanted her to take the initiative. How could Lu Xianyun tolerate this? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although her status was lower in the star boundary, she still had some self-respect. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The burly bald man was obviously impatient. Seeing Lu Xianyun reject his offer, he waved his hand and said, "Kill the man, leave the woman. Open your eyes and see where you are. How dare you come here and make trouble?" The 4 Dao Source Realm cultivators surrounding Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun attacked together, using their secret techniques and bombarding Yang Kai. Murderous intent filled the air. Obviously, they didn't intend to hold back and were ready to kill Yang Kai according to the burly bald man's instructions. Treasure Trove Pavilion had a great background, so what did it matter if they killed a few people? They could only blame this little brat for having eyes but failing to see and daring to make trouble here. But the 4 soon realized that something was wrong. The moment they moved, the entire space of Treasure Trove Pavilion suddenly became heavy, and an indescribable force filled their surroundings, making them feel as if they had fallen into a swamp, making it difficult for them to move. The 4 were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, and although they weren't very strong, since they had broken through to this realm, they had some understanding of principal strength. They immediately realized that this force was affecting their movements, making them feel as if they were being suppressed by a mountain, making them unable to breathe, and even making it difficult for them to circulate their source qi. Obviously, this was an extremely profound principal strength. The faces of the 4 changed drastically as they pushed their strength with all their might, trying to break free, but with little success. Yang Kai grinned and shot out a golden blood thread. In an instant, a golden light flickered and shot towards the 4, asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk. After a strange sound, the golden light dissipated, and the principal strength that filled Treasure Trove Pavilion also disappeared at the same time. However, the 4 Dao Source Realm Masters who attacked Yang Kai stood in place in a daze, not moving at all, as if they had been immobilized, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. After a short while, a person's body suddenly collapsed, as if he had been cut into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. Blood and broken internal organs flowed all over the ground. Asterisk Walala, asterisk. The other 3 also shattered, and in an instant, a nauseating smell of blood filled the air. Ah! The bald man obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so vicious. He thought that Lu Xianyun was only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator and that the helpers she found wouldn't be of much use, so he didn't plan to take action himself. But now, he knew that he was wrong. Those were 4 first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, and it was extremely difficult for Treasure Trove Pavilion to cultivate them, but they were all killed in a single confrontation. How could this level of strength be something he could contend against? The manservant was even worse. He had been standing beside the bald man, trying to intimidate him, and wanted to see the scene of Yang Kai being killed to vent his anger, but when he saw that the result was very different from what he expected, his eyes rolled back and he directly fainted. You dare to kill people in Treasure Trove Pavilion?" The bald man's face was pale. After realizing that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent, his blood turned cold, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just now. "What a joke, they want to kill me, so of course I have to kill them." Yang Kai sneered, staring sharply at the bald man, and said coldly, "Now it's your turn." As soon as the bald man heard this, he knew that the situation was not good. He suddenly made a gesture, and his whole body was covered with a layer of red blood light. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he had used some kind of blood essence burning mystic technique. His body flew back like an arrow, trying to escape from this place. At the same time, he shouted, "Head shopkeeper, save me. Even if the heavens come, they won't be able to save you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clearly stood in place, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the bald man, his whole body pressed up against him, his eyes cold and fierce. The bald man was scared out of his wits. Even with his second-order Dao source realm cultivation, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had jumped in front of him. He understood more and more the gap between him and Yang Kai, and his face couldn't help but turn ashen. He hated himself for not investigating Yang Kai's specific cultivation before acting so recklessly. Now that he had completely angered the other party, he was afraid that he would lose his life. "Stop!" A shout suddenly came from behind, followed by a peak Dao source realm aura that rushed towards Yang Kai to suppress him. In the next moment, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of Yang Kai. He seemed to have rushed over from the back hall, probably having heard the bald man's cry for help. Before he arrived, the old man had already reached out to grab Yang Kai's head, with the intention of besieging Yang Kai to rescue him. The bald man's face was overjoyed, and he shouted even louder, "Head shopkeeper, save me." He thought that since the chief shopkeeper had personally come out, he would be safe and sound. The chief shopkeeper was a peak Dao source realm cultivator, and although this young man who came to cause trouble was very strong, he was definitely not an Emperor realm master. This was something he could feel. With head shopkeeper's strength, he would definitely be able to save him. Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously, and just waved his hand in the air, sending a solid palm print flying out to meet the old man's palm. At the same time, he stretched out his other hand and gently placed it on the bald man's chest. The bald man's face suddenly changed, and his originally happy mood suddenly turned cold, as he asked in horror, "What are you doing?" Before he finished speaking, he felt a violent surge of source chi rush into his body, as if a sharp blade was cutting into his meridians and wantonly destroying his dantian. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable to him, and he opened his mouth to cry out in pain. Hong, with a loud sound, Yang Kai's hand and the old man's palm collided. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the collision and lightly retreated, landing beside Lu Xianyun with a calm look on his face. On the other hand, the old man's face couldn't help but change after feeling Yang Kai's power. He changed his hand posture several times before he was able to resolve the force, and after landing on the ground, he staggered back a few steps. With a thud, the bald man landed right at his feet. Cough cough. The bald man coughed a few times with difficulty, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment. "You dare to cripple my cultivation?" At this moment, his meridians had been destroyed, his dantian had been shattered, and his cultivation had completely dissipated. Although such an injury was not incurable, it was necessary to find some extremely precious pills. Not to mention that these things were impossible to find, even if they were, he didn't have the ability to buy them. "You dared to injure my junior sister, so what's so strange about crippling your cultivation?" Yang Kai looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Why don't you kill me?" the bald man roared. Yang Kai sneered, "Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily?" The bald man's face became even paler. He knew that Yang Kai was right. Killing him would be a relief for him, but crippling his cultivation was the cruelest punishment for any cultivator. Chapter 2354. Sir, how could you be so vicious and merciless? I wonder what my Endless Treasures Pavilion has done to offend you. The head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion had a sinister look in his eyes as he gnashed his teeth in fear of Yang Kai's ruthlessness. This young man had killed 4 of his Endless Treasures Pavilion's Dao Source Realm Masters and crippled the bald man's cultivation. His actions were decisive and cruel, so today's matter could not be settled peacefully. However, although Yang Kai was strong, he was not afraid. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. In this small piece of land in Marsh City, anyone would have to give some face to his endless treasures pavilion. You have not offended me, but you have offended my junior sister. Yang Kai looked at the shopkeeper coldly, the corners of his mouth rising as he continued, "Don't say you didn't know anything about this matter. Hand over that thing, or else your fate will be the same as his." As Yang Kai spoke, he pointed at the burly bald man. The head shopkeeper's face changed. He originally wanted to deal with Yang Kai for a while and delay until reinforcements arrived. As long as reinforcements arrived, Yang Kai would pay back 100-fold for what he had done to Endless Treasures Pavilion. However, he did not expect that Yang Kai would not give him the chance at all. From what he heard, he did not want to give him any time to breathe. "Sir, do you know what kind of place my Endless Treasures Pavilion is? Do you know who is behind it? How dare you shout like this?" The head shopkeeper had lived for so many years and had a peak Dao source realm cultivation, so it was naturally impossible for him to be intimidated by Yang Kai with just a few words. "It seems that you have made your choice. In that case, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." Yang Kai coldly snorted. The head shopkeeper's intentions were so obvious, how could he not see it? However, he had no fear in his heart, so he did not bother to talk nonsense with him. With that said, Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of the old man. Under the influence of his space principles, the surrounding several dozen meters instantly became impregnable and space solidified. The shopkeeper's soul almost left his body, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Even with his strength and eyesight, he couldn't see how Yang Kai had arrived in front of him. Realizing that he had really kicked an iron plate this time, and sensing the condensed space around him, he was aghast as he urged his source chi to retreat while yelling, "The treasure trove pavilion is a property under the name of the city lord's master. If you dare to be presumptuous here, don't even think about leaving Marsh City alive." At this point, he didn't have the leisure to be mystifying anymore. He directly revealed his backer, hoping that Yang Kai would hold back. After all, the master of Marsh City was the most powerful person in the Emperor realm. However, it was out of his expectations. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The old man could see the slightest change in his expression, as if he had expected this. "This kid is crazy." The old man was shocked. Knowing that his backer was the city lord's master, he still dared to act so presumptuously. Didn't that mean that he wasn't afraid of the city lord's master at all? It was laughable that he had hoped to use the city lord's master to suppress Yang Kai, but the result was the opposite. The surrounding space was bound. Even someone as strong as the old man couldn't move freely. He only felt that his meridians were blocked and his source chi couldn't flow smoothly. In a hurry, he could only bite the tip of his tongue, spit out a mouthful of blood essence, and summon a pair of golden scissors to cut at Yang Kai. The grade of the golden scissors wasn't low, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, it was unknown what kind of magical power it possessed, but as soon as it was summoned, it cut a crack in the solidified space. The pressure on the old man's body relaxed. The source chi in his meridians finally flowed smoothly. But before he could do anything, a faint golden light bloomed in front of him. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Yang Kai, only to see that Yang Kai's left eye was shining with a golden light, and the pupil of his left eye had turned into a dignified vertical slit, giving off a terrifying power. Facing this eye, the old man couldn't help but panic and feel uneasy. In the next moment, a budding lotus flower bud suddenly shot out violently from the golden vertical stem, and it flashed before vanishing. The old man suddenly stood in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. There was nothing else in his field of vision, as if the only thing left between heaven and earth was the lotus bud. Under his gaze, the white lotus bud quickly bloomed. As the lotus bloomed, the old man's spiritual energy rapidly disappeared, and he felt a pain in his mind, as if 10,000 ants were swallowing him. Not good. This is a soul secret technique. The old man suddenly awoke from his stupor. He wanted to dissolve the young man's divine sense, but he was powerless to do so. The young man's divine sense seemed to be much stronger than his own. This inexplicable lotus secret technique had swallowed up the old man's divine sense in a very short time, causing him to collapse from exhaustion. A burst of intense pain came, and the old man was stimulated by this pain, waking him up abruptly. Looking over, he saw that his arm had been directly cut off, and blood was spurting out from the wound and sprinkling on the ground. The young man's expression was cold as he lightly stretched out his palm and pressed it against his own chest. Recalling the scene of the bald man's encounter when he was observing in the dark, coupled with what Yang Kai had said before, how could he not understand what Yang Kai meant by this action? He really wants to cripple my cultivation. The old man's whole body trembled as he shouted with all his strength, "No. If you have something to say, let's talk. This old master can agree to any request you have." Pang, Yang Kai's palm still pressed down, and the old man's chest seemed to cave in an inch as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back to the counter, landing heavily on the ground. Under this palm, the old man, just like the bald man, had his dantian destroyed by Yang Kai, his meridians shattered, and his cultivation destroyed. You didn't know how to cherish me when I was talking to you, so there's no need for you to say anything now. Yang Kai didn't even glance at the old man, simply reaching out and grabbing the space ring on the severed arm, tossing it to Lu Xianyun as he said, "See if your things are inside." Lu Xianyun caught it subconsciously, but she was obviously still in a daze as she looked at Yang Kai with a blank and shocked face. She couldn't understand how Yang Kai had become so strong in just a few years. The 4 First-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators were instantly killed by him, but the burly bald-headed man and the head shopkeeper were not ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, the two of them were still as laughable as children in front of Yang Kai. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back, and their cultivations were practically crippled in a single exchange. Thinking back to when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect and relied on Bian Yuqing's wings to survive, Lu Xianyun couldn't believe that they were the same person. "Brother, have you broken through to the Emperor realm?" Lu Xianyun asked stupidly. "It's still early," Yang Kai smiled faintly. Lu Xianyun was even more shocked. If he was already so ferocious before breaking through to the Emperor realm, what would happen if Yang Kai broke through to the Emperor realm? She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, but now, compared with Yang Kai, she found that her cultivation aptitude was so poor. "Is it still here?" Yang Kai asked again. Lu Xianyun hurriedly checked it, and after a short while, she took out a jade box from her space ring and said with a smile, "It's still here." This jade box was the box she had used to store the spirit medicine. She had personally placed a restriction on the jade box, which had yet to be lifted. It seemed that the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion had not had time to open the jade box after obtaining it. "Leave the ring as well, take it as compensation from head shopkeeper." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said sarcastically, "Head shopkeeper isn't a stingy person." Hearing this, the head shopkeeper, who had collapsed beside the counter, almost fainted. There were a lot of good things in his ring, including some precious treasures purchased by Endless Treasures Pavilion, some treasures intended to be sold, and some things that were inconvenient to display in public. It was not an exaggeration to say that his space ring was priceless. Now that Yang Kai wanted to snatch his ring, the head shopkeeper felt like his heart was dripping blood, but now that the situation was beyond his control, even if he wanted to resist, he didn't have the strength to do so. This isn't good, is it?" Lu Xianyun had never done such a thing before and couldn't accept it for a while, feeling like her morals and bottom line had been challenged. "There's nothing wrong with it." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Many of the things in here were taken by force. If they can rob others, why can't they rob others? Then, Alright, Lu Xianyun happily put away the space ring, no longer feeling any psychological pressure. Thinking about it, if she hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, she would have been robbed. Not only was she robbed, she was also injured. The people of Endless Treasures Pavilion bullied the weak in Marsh City all year round, so they must have done a lot of bad things. There was really no need to feel any pressure about robbing such a person. She could just treat it as upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. Boy, you have guts, but you are destined to not live past tomorrow. The City Lord's master will not let you go. The head shopkeeper's cultivation was now crippled, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Smashing a broken jar, he glared at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment. While speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned viciously. When the time comes, this old master will eat your flesh bite by bite. Hearing this, Lu Xianyun's expression changed greatly and she said in a trembling voice, "Brother, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be too late. The City Lord of Marsh City is from the Emperor realm, we can't afford to provoke him." Yang Kai glanced at the old man contemptuously and said, "It's fine if that Pang Guang doesn't come to provoke me, but if he dares, this young master doesn't mind sending him on his way." The old man was stunned. Pang Guang was the City Lord of Marsh City and the only one from the Emperor realm. He had thought that Yang Kai would definitely be afraid of Pang Guang, but from the tone of his words, it was clear that he didn't put the City Lord's master in his eyes at all. What was the background of this boy? He dared to boast so shamelessly. The old man felt that no one would be able to avenge him. In other words, he had been humiliated for nothing and had his cultivation crippled. In the future, he could only struggle at death's door, living a life worse than death. Enraged, the old man spat out another mouthful of blood and his aura became even weaker. "Let's go." Yang Kai turned around, smiled at Lu Xianyun, and led the way out. After opening the door, he found that both sides of the street and even the rooftops across were filled with cultivator, all of them looking in the direction of the treasure trove pavilion. Chapter 2355. When Yang Kai broke into Endless Treasures Pavilion with Lu Xianyun, many people had seen them. These cultivators had nothing to do, so they naturally wanted to watch the show. After that, the door of Endless Treasures Pavilion was closed by the bald man, so no one could see what was going on inside. Although they couldn't see, the violent energy fluctuations and banging sounds coming from inside were not fake. In just a short while, the number of cultivators watching the show had already reached several thousand. At this time, Yang Kai opened the door and walked out, immediately attracting the attention of several thousand pairs of eyes. No one dared to believe their eyes. They all felt that Yang Kai didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to provoke Endless Treasures Pavilion in Marsh City. Wasn't this courting death? Not to mention that the backer of Endless Treasures Pavilion was the City Lord's master, the strength of the cultivator in Endless Treasures Pavilion was extremely high. The head shopkeeper was even at the peak of the Dao Source realm. If not for his old age and aging meridians and body, he would definitely have the qualifications to break through to the Emperor realm. And Yang Kai was young, so even if he had some strength, he definitely wouldn't be too strong. They all thought that Yang Kai was destined to suffer a big loss this time. However, the truth shocked everyone. Yang Kai walked out of Endless Treasures Pavilion leisurely. Not only was he unscathed, but his clothes were also unwrinkled. On the contrary, inside Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were several corpses lying everywhere, blood everywhere. The bald man and the head shopkeeper of Endless Treasures Pavilion were even paler, and their auras were weak. At a glance, it was obvious that their cultivations had been crippled. A series of gasps sounded. Many cultivators' eyes finally changed as they looked at Yang Kai, realizing that this young man was probably not to be trifled with. It was very likely that he was also from the Emperor realm. After all, how long had he been in there? A few dozen breaths of time. With his own strength, he had turned Endless Treasure's pavilion into such a mess. If he wasn't from the Emperor realm, how could he have such means? When Yang Kai walked out, the nearby cultivator couldn't help but retreat, their eyes full of fear. Kai Yang coldly swept his eyes around, coldly snorting, no longer paying attention to these people. He just led Lu Xianyun into the tea house across the street and went up to the tea table on the 3rd floor. He ordered a new pot of spirit tea. He had wreaked havoc in the Endless Treasure's pavilion and killed their people. Not only did he not escape, he even went to the tea house across the street to drink tea. This scene made those who were watching the show feel a wave of disbelief. Each and every one of them secretly admired Yang Kai's audacity, and felt that if he wasn't so strong, he wouldn't be afraid of Pang Guang. It was the kind of person with a powerful background that could make Pang Guang hesitate. However, they were neither relatives nor friends with Yang Kai, so naturally, they were too lazy to care about these things. On the contrary, the treasure trove pavilion, which had opened its doors, aroused the interest of these cultivator. The cultivator who made a living in Marsh City basically treated human life like dirt. He was a valiant person. They didn't care who was right or wrong in this matter, but now that the spirit grasses, miraculous medicines, and rare treasures displayed in the treasure trove pavilion were unguarded, it was a good opportunity to make a move. Although the treasure trove pavilion was an industry under Pang Guang's name, people would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. At this time, there would always be some people who were itching to take action. After a moment of silence, a figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and directly rushed into the treasure trove pavilion, sweeping all the spirit grasses and miraculous medicines placed on the medicine cabinet into his space ring. The others looked over. How could they hold back? They all followed suit. For a time, the number of cultivator who rushed into the treasure trove pavilion to take advantage of the opportunity to rob was as many as carps crossing the river. In a short while, the entire treasure trove pavilion was swept clean, and all the things that were slightly valuable disappeared. When the things were gone, the cultivator also quickly scattered and disappeared. Above the tea house, Yang Kai saw this scene with an indifferent expression, but he had a little understanding of the style of the cultivator in Marsh City. Brother. Lu Xianyun felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt uncomfortable all over and said timidly, "Let's go." It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Yang Kai's strength, but after all, he had caused such a big mess, and she was the cause of it all. She didn't want to provoke stronger enemies for Yang Kai. No need. Yang Kai smiled and poured her a cup of spirit tea. "It's so chaotic here, why did you come here?" He was still very curious about Lu Xianyun's experiences over the past few years. After escaping from the Blue Feather sect together, he gave half of his belongings to Lu Xianyun, and the two of them ran away separately. Later, Yang Kai went to Maplewood City and worked hard until now. He didn't expect to meet her on this trip to Marsh City. "I've been here for several years." Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly and briefly recounted her experiences over the past few years. In fact, there wasn't much to say. Since parting with Yang Kai, she had been wandering around the southern territory like a headless fly. It wasn't until she came to Marsh City that she settled down. Although Marsh City was chaotic, there were many places nearby that were suitable for her to experience and cultivate. She could find some cultivation resources in those places, and after a few years, although life was difficult, she still managed to break through to the Dao source realm. A few days ago, she happened to obtain a spirit flower in a place called the Solitary Void Mountain Range, so she wanted to bring it back to sell some source crystals and buy some source condensing pills. She thought that since Endless Treasure's pavilion was backed by the City Lord's master, it should be a good deal, but she didn't expect that after she took out that spirit flower, the people from Endless Treasure's pavilion would only offer her 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Although Lu Xianyun didn't know what that spirit flower was or what its use was, she instinctively felt that it was definitely worth more than that amount of source crystals, so how could she be willing to sell it? After some reasoning, the other party actually attacked her directly, and Yang Kai knew what happened next. "Brother, this spirit flower is for you. I don't know what it is," Lu Xianyun said as she handed the jade box to Yang Kai. "Let me see." Yang Kai reached out and took it, lifted the seal on the jade box, and opened it a little. In an instant, a fragrance escaped from the jade box. When this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel refreshed, and his entire knowledge sea became much clearer. With a bang, Yang Kai hurriedly closed the jade box with a look of disbelief on his face. Soul-warming lotus? Although he had only opened the jade box a little, his divine sense could clearly see the spirit flower inside. That thing was exactly the same as his soul-warming lotus, but instead of 7 colors, it was pure white. The aura it exuded was also somewhat similar to the soul-warming lotus, as if it was a miniature version of the soul-warming lotus. No, no. This is not the soul-warming lotus. Rumor has it that the soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, just like the immortal tree. There is only one in the world. Pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Yang Kai suddenly remembered the information recorded in the jade slip left behind by the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Gong Sun Mu, and immediately recognized what this spirit flower was. This was obviously the legendary pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Although the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus was not as precious as the soul-warming lotus, it was also a legendary treasure. Like the flesh incarnation fruit, it was also an extinct treasure. With the pristine soul heavenly mending lotus as the main ingredient, the pristine soul heavenly mending pill refined might not have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, but it was able to repair a martial artist's shattered meridians and dantian. It was absolutely an item of great fortune. Just like the bald man and the head shopkeeper of the Endless Treasures Pavilion, although their cultivations were crippled by Yang Kai, if they could take a pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, it would take less than 3 months for their broken meridians and dantian to be repaired. However, this thing only existed in legends, and no one had ever seen it before. The people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion actually wanted to buy the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus for 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of crazy person they were. A mere 10,000 low-rank source crystals was not even enough to sniff the aura of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. The people of the Endless Treasures Pavilion might not have recognized the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, but they definitely knew that this thing was extraordinary. If they really wanted to buy it, they might not be able to afford it. The effect of the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill was not only to repair meridians and dantian, it also had other miraculous effects. In short, the value of the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill was immeasurable. Yang Kai did not expect Lu Xianyun to have such an opportunity to obtain such a divine object. "Junior sister, do you remember where you obtained this spirit flower?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "The depths of the solitary void mountain range." Lu Xianyun still felt a trace of fear when she recalled it. "I was chased by a monster beast and fled in a panic, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone there. I heard that the depths of the solitary void mountain range are so deep that even those from the Emperor realm cannot return safely. It was all luck that I was able to return this time. If I asked you to go there again, would you be able to find the right way?" "Go there again?" Lu Xianyun's pretty face was a little pale as she asked doubtfully, "Why would I go there again?" It was definitely luck that she was able to return safely last time. If she went there again, Lu Xianyun was not sure if she could come out alive, so she did not know why Yang Kai wanted to take such a risk. Because Yang Kai was about to explain, but before he could finish, he suddenly frowned and looked downstairs. What he saw was a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe standing in front of Endless Treasures Pavilion with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man had an extraordinary temperament and was a master from the Emperor realm. As if he had noticed Yang Kai's gaze, he instantly looked up, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. "It's Pang Guang." Lu Xianyun also saw the middle-aged man and immediately cried out in panic. Having been in Marsh City for several years, she naturally knew what Pang Guang looked like. Seeing him come here personally, she immediately knew that they were in big trouble. She did not know why Yang Kai was so confident to stay, but a master from the Emperor realm was obviously not someone to be trifled with. On the other side, Pang Guang's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the third floor of the tea house, standing in front of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun screamed in fright, her face draining of blood. Chapter 2356. Were you two the ones causing trouble at the Endless Treasures Pavilion just now? Pang Guang went straight to the point and asked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun coldly. Apparently, he had found out about the troublemakers' appearances through some unknown means. Lu Xianyun's pretty face turned pale and she didn't dare answer. She only had a cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm and had only recently advanced. Her realm hadn't stabilized yet, so it was natural for her to feel pressured when facing someone from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. He only glanced at Pang Guang indifferently. Compared to Qiu Zhe, Pang Guang's aura was undoubtedly stronger. He was obviously stronger than Qiu Zhe, but there was a limit to it. With Yang Kai's current strength and methods, he had nothing to fear. Neither of them answered. Pang Guang immediately became angry. How dare you not answer my question? The Emperor pressure spread out and filled the entire tea house, causing the cultivators who were still drinking tea in the tea house to change their expressions drastically. The thick murderous intent seeped into their flesh and bones, causing them to shiver. They secretly cursed Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to act so presumptuously in front of the city lord and implicating them. Yang Kai waved his hand gently. It was like a sharp sword cutting through the haze in the sky. The Emperor's aura enveloping him and Lu Xianyun instantly dissipated. It was as if the clouds had cleared to reveal a clear sky. Pang Guang was shocked. Only then did he re-evaluate Yang Kai. He clearly sensed that Yang Kai only had a cultivation base in the Third Order Dao Source realm, but he could disperse his Emperor's aura with a wave of his hand. What was going on? Although it was just a simple movement, Pang Guang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. He realized that the other party dared to sit here so brazenly after causing a ruckus at the Endless Treasures Pavilion. He probably had something to rely on. Did this guy come from some top sect? Otherwise, how could he have such a foundation? He heard that the elite disciples of top sects had the strength to fight above their level. If this young man really came from some big sect, then today's matter would be difficult to handle. For a moment, Pang Guang began to worry about his gains and losses. The properties under his name were turned upside down, and the experts under his command were either dead or injured. If he didn't get a satisfactory explanation from the other party, then where would he put his face? However, if the other party had a powerful background, he might not be able to afford to provoke them. Although Pang Guang was a local tyrant in Marsh City, he was really nothing in the eyes of those top sections. They could just casually send an elder to kill him dozens or even hundreds of times. Just as his mind was spinning rapidly, considering how to resolve today's matter. Just as he was trying not to offend anyone too much and was trying to preserve his reputation, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was shocked and turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged old man appear beside him at some unknown time. This old man had a head of white hair and was hale and hearty. He wore a gray linen robe. It looked unremarkable. When did this old thing come? Pang Guang's heart was filled with bewilderment. Just now, he had only been thinking about Kai Yang's matter and hadn't noticed when this old man had walked over. Furthermore, this old man's appearance was extremely unfamiliar. He had obviously never seen this person before. Yang Kai was also startled by the old man's sudden appearance. Pang Guang was distracted just now and didn't pay much attention to the old man's appearance, but Yang Kai saw him clearly. This middle-aged old man appeared without any warning, as if he had appeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's heart sank. He quietly released his divine sense to investigate the old man's cultivation, but to his horror, his divine sense was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This person turned out to be even more powerful than Pang Guang from the Emperor Realm. He was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, most likely a third-order Emperor. There's actually such a master in Marsh City? Yang Kai was shocked, but on the surface, he glanced at Pang Guang. If these two were on the same side, then this matter would be troublesome. He originally thought that there was only one Pang Guang in Marsh City, so he wasn't afraid at all, but now that an even more powerful old man had appeared, Yang Kai was already thinking about how to safely escape. However, at a glance, Yang Kai felt a lot more at ease because Pang Guang also had a suspicious look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know this middle-aged old man. As a city lord, he actually didn't know that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers under his jurisdiction. It had to be said that Pang Guang was a failure as a city lord. The middle-aged old man's eyes lit up at this moment, as if he had discovered something of great interest. He smiled at Yang Kai and said, "This old man is Yao Changjun, the owner of this tea house. How should I address little brother?" He had a kind look on his face, as if he was an approachable senior, but Yang Kai instinctively felt a trace of danger. Before Yang Kai could speak, Pang Guang suddenly snorted coldly and said, "This city lord has something to discuss with this young man. Those who have nothing to do with it, withdraw first." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't put Yao Changjun in his eyes at all. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's expression immediately became strange. But soon, he suddenly understood. He guessed that Pang Guang didn't know the depth of Yao Changjun's strength, otherwise, he would never dare to speak like this. Coupled with the fact that he wanted to show off in front of Yang Kai before but failed, and Yao Changjun didn't even look at him after he appeared, he was probably a little angry out of shame. Yang Kai not putting him in his eyes was one thing, but a mere owner of a tea house under his jurisdiction dared to not put him in his eyes? As a city lord, how could Pang Guang tolerate this? "You want this old master to withdraw?" Yao Changjun chuckled meaningfully and looked at Pang Guang with interest. "Are you sure?" Only then did Pang Guang realize that something was wrong and hurriedly released his divine sense to check Yao Changjun's cultivation, but it was too late. Before his divine sense could reach Yao Changjun, the latter had already sent a palm towards Pang Guang and coldly snorted, "A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master dares to be presumptuous in front of this old master?" Scram! In the palm, Source Chi fluctuated, like a vortex of stars, containing great power. With a single palm, the world shook. Pang Guang's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that he had been blind and had provoked someone he shouldn't have? In a panic, he hurriedly retreated and said in horror, "Senior, please forgive me." But no matter how he dodged or defended, the palm still firmly imprinted on his chest. Accompanied by a sound, Pang Guang's entire body flew out like a rag sack, destroying dozens of buildings along the way. He fell to the ground in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. On the third floor of the Delightful Pleasures tea house, the originally noisy cultivator was dead silent. The eyes of all the cultivator who saw this scene almost popped out of their sockets. Marsh City's city lord, the First-Order Emperor Realm Master Pang Guang, was actually sent flying by a palm strike from an elderly man. And this elderly man was actually the owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. It turned out that in Marsh City, the true master wasn't the city lord on the surface, but the hidden master of the tea house. To be able to send Pang Guang flying with a single palm strike, just how high was the cultivation of this tea house's owner? Was he a second-order Emperor Realm Master or a third-order Emperor Realm Master? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Some of them thought back to how they had flipped out in the Delightful Pleasures tea house and deliberately made things difficult for the waiters. In an instant, they felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did they know that the Delightful Pleasures teahouse was definitely not a place where they could act wildly. With the cultivation of this owner, if he really wanted to take their lives, Pang Guang wouldn't even dare to make a sound. The reason why he ignored them was obviously because he didn't want to. I will never cause trouble here again. Every cultivator secretly swore in their hearts. Now, we can talk. After Yao Changjun sent Pang Guang flying, he smiled slightly and sat opposite Yang Kai. His face was calm and relaxed, as if what happened just now was nothing more than a fly to him. Lu Xianyun was completely dumbfounded. Her face was drained of blood and her teeth were chattering violently. She originally thought that she had only offended Pang Guang, but she didn't expect someone even more powerful to jump out. "Senior, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice. From the scene of Yao Changjun's attack just now, this guy was obviously not as gentle as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was a temperamental old monster. Facing this kind of person, how could Yang Kai dare to treat him lightly? As he spoke, Yang Kai put away the jade box in his hand without leaving a trace. But his actions were obviously not able to hide from Yao Changjun. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures teahouse only waved his hand and the box in Yang Kai's hand flew into his palm. Yang Kai's face immediately sank. He knew that Yao Changjun must have sensed the aura of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, which was why he suddenly appeared. This kind of treasure was very useful to any cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to directly snatch his things. If he had known earlier, Yang Kai would never have opened the restriction on the jade box here. But who would have thought that this teahouse was actually hiding an old monster? Yang Kai sighed in his heart and could only secretly hope that Yao Changjun did not know the secret of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. "Let's talk about this." Yao Changjun grinned meaningfully, with an expression that said, "Don't try to play tricks in front of me." As he spoke, he gently opened the jade box and his expression became extremely solemn, as if he had just obtained a precious treasure. It was as if the thing inside the jade box was extremely important to him. A faint fragrance drifted out from the jade box and Yao Changjun's eyes flashed with a frightening light as he happily said, "Sure enough, it really is this thing. This old master has waited here for 200 years. At last, my efforts have not been in vain. Ha 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 ha." Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Hearing the meaning behind Yao Changjun's words, how could he not know that the other party recognized the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Moreover, this old man had concealed his identity and opened a teahouse just for this treasure. He had even waited here for more than 200 years. "Little brat, tell this old master, where did you get this thing?" After confirming that the jade box contained the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus, Yao Changjun suddenly became anxious and no longer had the warmth from before. Instead, his tone was gloomy, as if he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if he dared not answer truthfully. Chapter 2357. "Senior, I obtained it by accident. It has nothing to do with my brother," Lu Xianyun suddenly interjected. Her intentions were obvious. She did not want to implicate Yang Kai because of her. "You obtained it?" Yao Changjun heard this and directly ignored Yang Kai. Instead, he looked at Lu Xianyun with a burning gaze. Lu Xianyun was a little frightened by his intimidating gaze and nodded uneasily, "Yes." "Where is it?" Yao Changjun asked anxiously. Lu Xianyun was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Because Yang Kai had asked the same question just now, but before she could answer, she was interrupted by Pang Guang. Now, Yao Changjun was asking the same question again. Could it be that there were other treasures in the place where this thing appeared? Otherwise, why would they all ask this question? Although she was puzzled, she did not dare to neglect and quickly answered, it's in a place deep in the solitary Void Mountain Range. It really is the solitary Void Mountain Range. Yao Changjun gritted his teeth, as if he had expected this. His expression changed for a while before he shouted in a deep voice, "If I let you go again, can you find the location?" Lu Xianyun said, "I don't remember the way." Trash. Yao Changjun was furious when he heard this. A surging emperor pressure pressed down on Lu Xianyun, causing her face to turn red and she spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly made his move. This old monster, Yao Changjun, was definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, this person was so temperamental that it seemed that he was also a cruel person. Relying on his high cultivation, he did not put the lives of others in his eyes. It did not matter if he wanted to find Lu Xianyun to inquire about the origin of the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. At most, he would just take him there. What he was afraid of was that this old man would kill him to silence him after using him. Yang Kai estimated that he would most likely do that. So, at the moment when he was enraged, Yang Kai knew that his chance had come. The laws of space suddenly fluctuated, and the surrounding space suddenly froze. Yang Kai snapped his fingers and several huge moon blades shot towards Yao Changjun. Yao Changjun was originally furious. How could he have thought that Yang Kai would dare to take the initiative to attack him? In his opinion, it was already very good that a kid from the Third Order Dao Source realm could remain calm in front of him. He even dared to attack him. Therefore, he was completely caught off guard this time. The pitch-black moon blade quickly arrived in front of Yao Changjun, looking like it was going to cut him into several pieces. Yao Changjun's expression did not change as he sneered, "Brat, you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab Moonblade. Yang Kai grabbed the Moonblade and squeezed it hard, shattering it. Even Yang Kai's space principles were completely smoothed out by a powerful emperor's pressure. The power of space? Yao Changjun showed a look of surprise as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Boy, you're quite interesting. Who is Li Wu Yi to you?" "He's your grandfather." Yang Kai shouted angrily. The demon eye of annihilation had already opened, and the blossoming lotus secret technique was leisurely displayed. His spiritual energy poured out and blasted into Yao Changjun's mind. Yao Changjun never thought that Yang Kai would dare to use a soul secret technique to deal with him. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the weaker party to use a soul secret technique to attack the stronger party, because doing so would easily result in a backlash, leading to self-destruction. But Yang Kai had done just that. What made Yao Changjun even more uneasy was that this was his biggest weakness right now. Yang Kai seemed to have known this for a long time, so he was not afraid in the slightest and directly used an extremely powerful soul secret technique. Yao Changjun was instantly hit and his knowledge C's defenses were torn apart. Intense pain came from his head as he clutched his head and cried out, unable to control his source chi. His source chi exploded everywhere. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice as he reached out and grabbed the jade box in Yao Changjun's hand, directly taking back the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus. Then, without any delay, he grabbed the stunned Lu Xianyun and teleported away with space principles. Hong, just as the two left, the Delightful Pleasures tea house collapsed. Yao Changjun's rampaging source chi took the shape of a dragon and tiger and unconsciously bombarded everything around him. The cultivator drinking tea in the tea house was instantly killed or injured, and countless shops on the streets collapsed. A dozen streets away, Pang Guang, who had crawled up in a sorry state, looked over with a pale face and cried out involuntarily, "Third Order Emperor Realm." He had not checked Yao Changjun's specific cultivation before, but now that the other party's source chi had gone berserk, it was clear at a glance how deep his cultivation was. The owner of the Delightful Pleasures tea house was actually a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Pang Guang suddenly felt uneasy. He was the city lord of Marsh City, yet he did not know that such a top master was hiding in the city he was in charge of. This was enough to make him panic and secretly rejoice that he had not provoked him before. What made Pang Guang even more incredulous was, who in the world could actually hurt Yao Changjun? From his current roar and his current state, it was obvious that his injuries were not light. Could it be that young man? That was impossible. That young man was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. Even if Yao Changjun stood there and let him hit him, it was impossible for him to be injured. Could it be that Yao Changjun was not the only third-order Emperor Realm Master in Marsh City? Thinking of this, Pang Guang's face suddenly turned pale and his entire being became suspicious. Little brat, you dare to sneak attack this old master? You're dead. This old master will never let you go. A roar came from the ruins of the tea house. Yao Changjun's murderous intent surged like a tide. After calming down the pain in his head with great difficulty, he sensed the direction Yang Kai had fled in and immediately chased after him, his figure as fast as lightning. He was a dignified third-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was actually injured by Yang Kai's sneak attack. If this news spread out, where would he put his face? He secretly swore that he would catch Yang Kai and let him taste all the tortures in the world to vent the hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Yao Changjun disappeared. Yang Kai and Yao Changjun did not know each other before, so how did he know Yao Changjun's secret? A crack in his knowledge sea was definitely Yao Changjun's biggest secret. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity in High City. He was obviously hiding here because he was afraid that his enemies would come looking for him. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He cares so much about the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus because he wants to repair his knowledge sea. Lu Xianyun suddenly understood, so that spirit flower is called the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus? Brother, you mean that this spirit flower has the effect of repairing one's knowledge sea? A simple pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus naturally does not have this effect. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining to her, if you use this stalk to refine pills, it can be refined into the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill, which can repair broken meridians and dantian. It is extremely useful for those seriously injured cultivators. However, the pristine soul heavenly restoration lotus has another name, the twin heavenly restoration lotus. When it appears, it always appears as two stalks, one white and one black. If you can obtain both of them, you can refine the twin heavenly restoration pill, which is an existence of a higher grade than the pristine soul heavenly restoration pill. Not only can it repair a cultivator's broken meridians and dantian, it can also repair one's soul and expand one's knowledge sea. Chapter 2358. The Twin Lotus Flower. Lu Xianyun exclaimed, "No wonder you all asked me where I got it. It turns out that you were looking for another heavenly restoration lotus. That means that Yao Changjun also knows a lot about this twin heavenly restoration lotus. He was able to identify it through its aura, so he must have done some research on it." Yang Kai raised his brow and continued, "And from what he said just now, this solitary void mountain range seems to have produced heavenly restoration lotuses before, which is why he waited here for 200 years. But brother, when I got it, there was only one." Lu Xianyun was puzzled. Although she had obtained the pure white heavenly restoration lotus by accident, she had carefully searched the surroundings after obtaining it and did not find any other valuable spirit medicines. If the twin heavenly restoration lotus was really one black and one white, there was no reason for her to miss it. Maybe someone else took it first, or maybe you were careless. Let's not worry about that for now, we should think of a way to get rid of that old monster. Yang Kai said no more after he finished and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. The solitary void mountain range was an extremely dangerous place near Marsh City. It was also a place that many cultivators liked to train. Because the environment here was quite special, it bred many valuable monster beasts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines. The cultivator who lived in Marsh City often came here in groups to search for cultivation resources. Lu Xianyun had been here many times, so she naturally knew the surrounding terrain like the back of her hand. Under her guidance, the two rushed into the solitary Void Mountain range in less than an hour. As soon as he stepped into this place, Yang Kai felt a terrifying aura lingering around him, as if it was deep in the solitary Void Mountain range. What could possibly threaten his existence? And according to Lu Xianyun, she had always been training in the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain range and never dared to go deep, because the deeper she went, the more dangerous it was. There was once a bold master from the Emperor realm who entered the solitary Void Mountain range, but never came out. If she had not been chased by a monster beast last time, Lu Xianyun would not have run so deep. Being able to return safely in the end was definitely due to luck. However, correspondingly, the deeper one went, the greater the return the cultivator could obtain. High returns often made some cultivators take risks. Every year, countless cultivators went missing in the solitary Void Mountain range. However, nothing was absolute. Good things would often appear in the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain range. There was once a cultivator who found an emperor-grade spirit herb garden within 1,000 kilometers of the periphery of the solitary Void Mountain range and began to soar. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since there are so many cultivator hunting in the periphery, how could there be anything good left behind? Lu Xianyun said, I'm not too sure. Anyway, every time I come here, it feels different. It seems that every once in a while, the landscape here changes greatly. The path we walked on and the things we saw would often disappear and be replaced by other scenes. Is there such a thing? Yang Kai was surprised. As soon as he asked this question, Yang Kai's expression changed and he began to circulate his source qi. He continued to teleport. In an instant, he crossed over 100 kilometers and finally put some distance between him and Yaochang Jun. The Delightful Pleasures Teahouse's owner was indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even though his soul had been severely damaged, his remaining strength was not something Yang Kai could contend with. He was proficient in the Tao of Space, but even with Lu Xianyun, he was still unable to escape from the other party's pursuit. Teleporting consumed a lot of Yang Kai's strength. The suppression of the Star Boundaries world principles was very strong, so every time he teleported, he had to use a lot of source qi and spiritual energy. Moreover, he had to protect Lu Xianyun from the suppression of the space principles while teleporting, so it was naturally very difficult. However, he had refined a lot of pills in Thousand Leaves sect last time. They came in handy now, so he didn't have to worry about running out of strength in the short term, but it was definitely not a solution in the long run. There were dangers everywhere in the solitary Void Mountain range. Not only were there all kinds of ferocious monster beasts, there were also many natural spirit arrays and restrictions. Yang Kai could release his divine sense while maintaining his demon eye of annihilation, so he could avoid these dangers in advance. On the other hand, Yaochang Jun, who was chasing after them, seemed to be afraid of using his divine sense recklessly, so he often fell into some traps or was besieged by a monster beast. However, with his powerful strength, even if he was besieged by a monster beast or fell into a spirit array, it would only take him a very short time to escape. Yaochang Jun's understanding of the solitary Void Mountain range was much deeper than Yang Kai's. He had stayed here for 200 years, so he naturally wasn't just waiting idly. He would often enter and exit the solitary Void Mountain range himself, hoping to find the twin heavenly restoration lotus. He originally thought that with his powerful strength, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape for long, but after chasing for a while, he found that he was wrong. He couldn't close the distance between him and Yang Kai, and every time he used a secret technique to close the distance, Yang Kai would always be able to successfully shake him off. This made him furious, but there was nothing he could do. A cultivator who cultivated the Tao of Space was really difficult to catch. Yaochang Jun had fought with such a cultivator before, so he naturally understood this. Moreover, from the way Yang Kai used his space secret technique before, this brat's attainments in the Tao of space were extremely high. Even if it couldn't compare to the person he knew, it was definitely not at a level that someone of his age and cultivation could comprehend. Where did this brat come from? Yao Changjun couldn't figure it out. Could he really be Li Wuyi's disciple? In the entire star boundary, Li Wuyi was the one with the deepest understanding of the Tao of space. This chase lasted for a full 5 days, but Yao Changjun was still unable to successfully capture Yang Kai. He couldn't help but wonder if he was going to miss out on this opportunity. If it weren't for his soul being injured and his strength not being able to reach its peak, a mere third-order Tao source realm cultivator, even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, wouldn't be able to jump around in front of him like this. He could directly lock down the area Yang Kai was in and suppress him with his powerful cultivation, not giving him a chance to even use his Tao of space. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Just as Yao Changjun's face was ashen and he was secretly swearing to himself that once he caught Yang Kai, he would make him die a horrible death, his mind suddenly stirred and he became overjoyed. Because he found that Yang Kai had suddenly stopped moving. He didn't know if he had encountered some danger or fallen into some kind of spirit array, but no matter what the reason was, it was good news for Yao Changjun. Pushing his flight-type artifact with all his might, he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. "Brother, what's wrong?" A few thousand kilometers away, Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. Just a moment ago, Kai Yang had suddenly stopped, his expression fluctuating. "I'm so stupid." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, a look of annoyance on his face. "What is it?" Lu Xianyun didn't know why he would say that. "Wait for me for a while, I'll be right back." As Yang Kai spoke, he put Lu Xianyun down and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. After finding a suitable location, he quickly rushed over. A moment later, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world bead. In fact, Yang Kai was very surprised that Yao Changjun could chase after him so persistently, because this person's soul had been severely injured, so it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to lock onto the direction and location of his escape. In fact, during these 5 days of fleeing, Yang Kai hadn't noticed Yao Changjun's divine sense. But he could still accurately pinpoint his location and even chase after him. One had to know that Yang Kai had used the space divine technique, so with Yao Changjun's current state, Yang Kai was confident that he could shake him off. But how could he do that? The only explanation was that Yao Changjun had planted a secret technique or some kind of mark on him or Lu Xianyun, and through this secret technique or mark, Yao Changjun was able to pinpoint his location. Thinking of this, Yang Kai knew that he had been too careless these past 5 days. If he had noticed it earlier, he might have already left Yao Changjun behind. Inside the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's senses were magnified infinitely. He had refined the sealed world bead, so he was the master of this world. Wherever his heart moved, the world force would follow. Even if the small sealed world bead's principles were not perfect, it was still easy for him to detect any abnormalities. Yang Kai mobilized the world force inside the small sealed world bead and searched his body inch by inch. He secretly prayed that things wouldn't be too complicated. It would be best if the secret technique or mark was planted on him. If it was planted on Lu Xianyun, he would have to bring her to the small sealed world bead to check. After 5 breaths, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He reached out and took out the jade box containing the twin heavenly restoration lotus from his space ring, then threw it to Lu Yen who had rushed over. "There is a master's aura mark on this jade box. Erase it." Lu Yen caught it, but before he could say anything to Yang Kai had already disappeared. Deep in the solitary void mountain range, Lu Xianyun stood alone, looking around at the unfamiliar environment, her heart filled with fear. Yang Kai had just flashed behind a small hill nearby, and for some reason, he had suddenly disappeared without leaving behind even the slightest trace of his aura. This made her worry a little. Even though she knew that Yang Kai wasn't the kind of person who would disregard the life or death of his companions, she still couldn't help but think about it. She wondered if she had dragged Yang Kai down, so he just left her here and didn't care. No, that can't be. Lu Xianyun shook her head. Lu Xianyun shook her head again and again. If Yang Kai was really such a person, he wouldn't have taken her with him back in Blue Feather Sect, nor would he have given her half of the treasures in his space ring. A few days ago, in the Delightful Pleasures tea house, he wouldn't have taken the risk of offending a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Brother must have something important to do. Lu Xianyun comforted herself in her heart. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, Yang Kai's aura suddenly appeared again and he rushed out from behind the small hill. Brother! Lu Xianyun felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart and her whole body relaxed. Yang Kai rushed in front of her and without saying a word, he reached out and hugged her again, using his space force and teleporting away. A moment later, the two were already 1,000 kilometers away. It was only then that Yang Kai suddenly summoned his wooden boat and pulled Lu Xianyun onto it, saying anxiously, "Take off your clothes." Lu Xianyun heard this and blushed. As far as Yao Changju knew, the last time the solitary void Great Maelstrom appeared was 600 years ago. At that time, the Great Maelstrom swallowed countless cultivator who entered the solitary void mountain range, and this time would obviously be no exception. And it just so happened that he actually ran into it. Yao Changjun hated Yang Kai in his heart. He felt that if it weren't for this brat's interference, he would not have taken the risk to enter this place and encounter such a natural disaster that he could not resist. If he was still on the periphery of the solitary void mountain range, he would definitely be able to escape with his powerful cultivation, but in order to chase after Yang Kai, he had gone deep inside. When the Great Maelstrom appeared, the deeper one went, the more terrifying the suction would be and the more difficult it would be to resist. At this moment, he was only 2,000 kilometers away from the center of the solitary void mountain range, and at this distance, he would not be able to escape. The fast waterspouts were as fast as lightning, flashing past Yang Kai's field of vision, bringing with them monstrous waves with astonishing destructive power. Sensing the world energy around him, it was extremely rich. However, Kai Yang felt that the world energy here was different from the world energy of other places. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. What the hell is this place? How did he end up here after coming in from the big vortex in the depths of the solitary void mountain range? It was impossible to say that this was the depths of the solitary void mountain range. After all, this place looked extremely vast, and there was even a vast sea. How could this be the underground of the solitary void mountain range? Could this be a sealed world? Yang Kai was shocked. But the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. When he was swallowed by the vortex, Yang Kai clearly felt traces of space transmission. That huge vortex was most likely the entrance to this sealed world. If this place was a sealed world, then things were troublesome. Where should he go to find the exit in this vast sea? Carefully sizing up Yao Changjun, he saw his indifferent expression, unable to show his emotions, so he immediately shouted, "Little brat, don't talk nonsense. I haven't settled accounts with you for killing this king's subordinates and robbing this king's belongings. Senior Yao is a reclusive master, his vision as clear as a torch, how could he allow you to sow discord?" While speaking, he turned to look at Yao Changjun and cupped his fists. "Senior, although I have a grudge with this little brat, it's just a small matter. You are the most important person here. If you want to kill him or cut him up, this junior will only watch the show and will not interfere. Yao Changjun glanced at him indifferently and said slowly, "You've been following this old master all this time. Are you also here to watch the show?" A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Pang Guang's forehead as the corner of his mouth twitched. Senior misunderstands. This Pang only entered the solitary void mountain range to do one thing. I had no intention of following Senior. Yao Changjun coldly snorted and declined to comment, his expression proud. Although he was also injured when he was swallowed by the Great Vortex, he didn't put either Pang Guang or Yang Kai in his eyes. Earlier, he was injured by Yang Kai in the tea house only because he wasn't on guard enough. However, in his current state, it would be best if he didn't fall out with Pang Guang. After all, he wasn't at his peak, and Pang Guang was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If they really fought, even if he could kill Pang Guang, he would have to pay a certain price. Senior, is this the legendary solitary void-sealed world? Pang Guang saw him not saying anything and felt a little apprehensive, so he quickly changed the subject. Solitary void-sealed world? When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. Right now, he wanted to figure out what kind of damned place this was. Unlike Pang Guang and Yao Changjun, he was a newcomer. These two obviously knew some information, so he couldn't help but perk up his ears and listen with great interest. Since you know, why ask this old master? Yao Changjun coldly snorted, obviously not liking him. Pang Guang said embarrassedly, I really didn't expect the solitary void-sealed world to really exist. This Pang has been city lord for hundreds of years, but today, I've finally learned something new. What kind of place is the solitary void-sealed world? How do we get out? Yang Kai quickly asked. Pang Guang's face turned serious as he shouted, Why are you asking so many questions? Just stay here and wait for death. Yang Kai's face turned black as he said, City Lord Pang, no matter what kind of grudges we had before, we're all on the same boat now. If you have any information, please share it with me. It's not like I killed your father or stole your wife, so why be so stingy? Pang Guang sneered, people who walk different paths cannot work together. This king has nothing to say to you. Let's talk about it again after you've survived Senior Yao's attack. Yang Kai had offended Yao Changjun, so Pang Guang had long regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in his heart. How could he have the leisure to chat with him? He let out a heart-wrenching cry as a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear shone brightly and exuded the energy fluctuations of an emperor artifact. Its power was terrifying. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so it was not surprising that he had an emperor artifact. It would be strange if he did not have one. As he cried out in pain, he frantically poured his emperor chi into the five-colored spear. The spear buzzed incessantly before suddenly trembling slightly in his hand and disappearing. In the next moment, the giant eye that stretched between the heavens and the earth was pierced by the spear, and the darkness that sealed the world suddenly shattered. As Yao Changjun fought like a cornered beast, he managed to erupt with terrifying power and break through the eternal darkness secret technique. This secret technique was a secret technique unique to the ancient giant demon clan. It was not something that Yang Kai had cultivated and could only be used when he was in his demon transformation state. A crack was torn in the sky by the five-colored spear, and it did not close for a long time. Brat, you dare hurt me? This old master will kill you. Yao Changjun roared loudly, but his knowledge sea was about to collapse. His entire body trembled as his face twitched and his emperor chi became extremely unstable. It could quickly ripen all kinds of spirit plants without any side effects. A drop of supreme divine water could definitely allow the demonic chi to obtain hundreds or thousands of years of sealing power. Unfortunately, supreme divine water was too precious. Yang Kai had only seen it once, in the Flowing Time Temple, and it was obtained by Murong Xiao Xiao in the end. That was something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He did not know if there was still any supreme divine water in the star boundary. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that in the next 34 years, he would never be able to undo the demonic chi seal again, unless he could find supreme divine water to ripen the demonic chi in advance. Thinking of this, his thoughts suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. He transplanted the 2 heavenly restoration lotuses he had obtained one after the other into the medicine garden, then clapped his hands and stood up. Although the pure white heavenly restoration lotus had been plucked by Lu Xianyun for a long time, because it was well preserved, its medicinal efficacy had not faded, and its foundation had not been damaged. Planted in the medicine garden and covered by the vitality of the immortal tree, it would definitely come back to life. The value of the twin lotus flower was extremely high. Yang Kai had no use for it now, so he naturally did not bother to refine the twin heavenly restoration pill. Chapter 2365. After dealing with this, Yang Kai released his divine sense. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared in front of the embodiment, Lu Yen, and the others. "Master, are you okay?" As soon as Lu Yen saw Yang Kai appear, she asked with joy. A few days ago, when she noticed that Yang Kai had entered the small sealed world, she went to check on Yang Kai's situation, but she didn't want to see the scene of Yang Kai being affected by the demonic chi, so she had been worried for the past few days. Even the embodiment and Hua Qingxi were worried. At this moment, seeing how lively Yang Kai was, how could they not know that he had solved the problem of the demonic chi? I've been resurrected." Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi said seriously, "Are you sure there are no sequelae? You can't be careless." "Don't worry, Sister Hua." As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly took out something from his space ring and handed it to Hua Qingxi. "This is for you." Hua Qingxi took it suspiciously, but then her pretty face changed as she cried out involuntarily, "An emperor artifact?" What Yang Kai gave her was the 5-colored spear that Yao Changjun used before. After the decisive battle, Yang Kai snatched this emperor artifact and Yao Changjun's space ring before entering the small sealed world. Lu Yen already had the Annihilation Thunder Bead, and Hua Qingxi had always been loyal to Yang Kai, so this 5-colored spear could naturally be given to her to use. Although an emperor artifact is powerful, the most important thing for a cultivator is their own foundation. "Sister Hua, you shouldn't neglect the essentials," Yang Kai said faintly. Hua Qingxi played with the 5-colored spear. With an expression of fondness, she nodded and said, "I know, do I need you to teach me?" Smiling mischievously, Kai Yang rubbed his nose. Yang Kai hadn't had time to check Yao Changjun's space ring yet, so when he took it out, he found that there were quite a few good things inside. There were hundreds of millions of source crystals, and more than half of them were mid-grade and high-grade. Yao Changjun was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. To have so much wealth was within Kai Yang's expectations. With his cultivation, how could he be a pauper? In addition to source crystals, there were also a large number of spirit pills, herbs, and artifacts, but none of them were emperor artifacts. After checking a little, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, "Where is Lu Xianyun?" Previously, when Lu Xianyun was unconscious, Yang Kai threw her into the sealed world bead to avoid accidentally injuring her during his fight with Yao Changjun. At this moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yen said, "I put her in the attic. She has already woken up, but she seems to be confused about her situation." "You didn't explain anything to her?" "No." Lu Yen shook his head. Forget explaining, he didn't even let Lu Xianyun see her face. "I'll go take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he disappeared from where he stood. In the attic. Lu Xianyun's expression was dignified. Her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. When she woke up earlier, she found herself in this loft. She didn't know where this place was. She looked around and found that there was no danger nearby. There was also no trace of anyone. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was a bit too rich. Lu Xianyun had never seen a place with world energy density comparable to this place. With such rich world energy, it was definitely a holy land for cultivation. She didn't even need to circulate her secret art. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body. If she could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't take long for her to break through her shackles and advance to the second-order Dao source realm. However, she wanted to figure out where she was, so she wasn't in the mood to cultivate. What made her feel most uneasy was that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. After a few days of searching, she even suspected that she had been abandoned. At this time, she was sadly staying in the attic, thinking about what she should do in the future. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her and Yang Kai strangely appeared. "Brother." When Lu Xianyun saw Yang Kai, it was as if she had found her backbone and rushed to him, the anxious expression on her face relaxing a lot. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Something happened, so I was delayed for a few days." "Brother, it's good that you're fine." Lu Xianyun looked Yang Kai up and down for a while and found that he was full of energy. Only then did she relax and ask, "Brother, do you know where this is? Weren't we swallowed by that huge vortex before?" Her memory was still stuck on the changes in the solitary void mountain range, and when she recalled the irresistible power of the vortex, her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. "We were swallowed, and then we fell into a sea." "A sea?" Lu Xianyun was even more confused. She had also explored the surrounding area for the past few days, but she didn't find any sea at all. On the contrary, the environment here was very pleasant, and there were many buildings. Clearly, many people had lived here before. If she could live here with her brother, it would be a good place to go. Yang Kai scratched his head, not knowing how to explain the current situation to Lu Xianyun, so he could only say, "I'll take you there and you'll know." Saying so, Yang Kai brought Lu Xianyun out of the sealed world bead. As soon as the two appeared, they felt a fishy smell coming from all directions. Then, a strange sound came from all directions, and there was even the sound of a heart beating. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai understood his current situation. Previously, in order to enter the sealed world bead to seal the demonic qi, he didn't pay attention to where the sealed world bead fell, letting it fall into the depths of the sea. But after a few days, he didn't know how, but he ended up in the belly of a big fish. It seemed that this big fish had swallowed the sealed world bead and then carried them all the way to who knows where. After knowing this, Yang Kai circulated his strength and shot out his golden blood threads. After a flurry, they directly opened a hole in the back of the big fish and jumped up with Lu Xianyun. Although this big fish was quite large, it wasn't a powerful monster beast. After being tossed around by Yang Kai, it couldn't bear the pain. It kept rolling around in the sea, blood spreading everywhere. From the looks of it, it probably wouldn't survive. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun rushed out of the sea. Yang Kai immediately summoned the wooden boat. He pulled Lu Xianyun up and stood on it. A faint fishy wind blew from the sea. The surrounding scenery was blue and blue, endless as far as the eye could see. Yang Kai was clearly recovering his source qi, so why did he suddenly spit out blood, as if he had suffered a serious injury? There weren't any enemies nearby. The world energy here is strange, we can't absorb it. The more we absorb, the easier it is for something to happen. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. They spared no effort in driving the wooden boat forward. With the passage of time, the waterspouts around him became fewer and fewer, until they finally disappeared completely. This made Yang Kai certain that he was flying in the right direction. If he continued to move forward, he might be able to obtain some unexpected gains. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was steering the wooden boat, suddenly had a change in his expression. He focused his vision and looked in a certain direction. In the next moment, his face lit up and he patted Lu Xianyun's shoulder. "Junior sister, there's a boat." Lu Xianyun was resting with her eyes closed. She did not dare to meditate casually in this damned place, so when Yang Kai spoke, she woke up. She stood up and looked in the direction Yang Kai pointed. Sure enough, she saw a small black dot in the distance. As for that little black dot, it was actually a large ship. Lu Xianyun could not help but get excited. She turned to look at Yang Kai and found that he was also beaming with joy. The two of them had been in this damned place for more than a month and had been wandering the sea. At this moment, they finally saw a boat. The joy they felt was indescribable. If there was a boat, it meant there were people, and if there were people, they could ask where this place was and where to go. Hastily, Kai Yang increased the speed of the wooden boat and went straight to meet the big ship. As the distance closed, the appearance of the big boat gradually became clear. This was a very large ship, and a high-grade artifact at that. This made Yang Kai extremely shocked because refining such an artifact would definitely take a lot of energy and financial resources. He did not know how the cultivator who lived in this damned place managed to do it. When the wooden boat flew over, the people on the boat who were responsible for keeping watch obviously noticed it. Before Yang Kai could approach, more than a dozen people appeared on the deck. These people stood there in a scattered manner, looking towards Yang Kai. They seemed to be extremely curious about his arrival, constantly pointing and whispering. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived not far in front of the boat. Looking around, he saw more than a dozen people, regardless of whether they were men or women. All of them had strong auras and were staring at him with vigilance. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that most of these people were actually Dao Source Realm cultivators. How did they maintain their cultivation in this damned place? After all, the world energy here could not be absorbed, and living here for a long time would definitely cause one's cultivation to regress. Although these dozen or so people seemed to be lacking in qi, which was obviously because they had not been cultivating properly, they had indeed maintained their cultivation. Among the dozen or so people, the leader was a woman. This woman had a fiery figure, and she was extremely well endowed. However, perhaps because she had been hanging around here for a long time, her skin was slightly dark. However, this did not affect her beauty. Instead, it added a kind of wildness to her. She stood there like a vigorous cheetah, her eyes extremely sharp. Yang Kai did not rush to board the boat, but instead cupped his fists to the people below and said, "Greetings, friends. May I ask where you are going? Can you give this one a ride?" The dozen people were indifferent, but the woman in the lead raised her head slightly and said lightly, "Where are you from?" Yang Kai pointed in a direction and said, "We came from that direction. Our boat was shipwrecked and only the two of us escaped." Of course, this was nonsense, but as a newcomer, Yang Kai did not want to expose his identity. Shipwrecked? The woman's expression changed slightly, but she didn't ask too much. She just sighed softly, as if it was a common thing to encounter mishaps on the sea. She nodded and said, "The two of you are lucky to have survived. I can let you board the ship, but you know the rules, right? Rules, Yang Kai's heart jumped. He had been here for more than a month, and this was the first group of people he had met, so how could he know the rules? Just as he was about to ask, the woman frowned and said, 5,000 source crystals per person, so 2 people will be 10,000. Yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded quickly, thinking that the rules were to buy tickets. This rule was acceptable, but to Yang Kai's surprise, the price of the ticket was too cheap. It only cost 5,000 source crystals per person. Saying so, he reached out and wiped his space ring, wanting to take out the source crystals. The woman saw his action and could not help but frown. You don't want to give me source crystals here, do you? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. What's wrong? The woman's expression immediately became strange when she heard this, staring at Yang Kai. Not only her, but the other cultivators standing on the deck also had a playful look on their faces. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned slightly, puzzled. Was it wrong to say that he wanted to give her source crystals here? What kind of flaw could that reveal? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the woman took out a barrier token and waved it forward. The barrier covering the ship immediately cracked open and she said lightly, "Come in first." Many thanks. Yang Kai suppressed the doubts in his heart and controlled the wooden boat to rush in. Stepping on the deck, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun both couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of being on solid ground was simply wonderful. Come with me, the woman waved her hand and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The cultivator on the deck also automatically moved aside, allowing the two to pass through. After walking for a while, the woman suddenly asked, "How long have you been stranded in the solitary void sea?" So this was the solitary void sea, Yang Kai silently remembered. As for the other party's question, he didn't even think about it and answered, "It happened yesterday. Fortunately, we met you, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many thanks to this young lady for taking us in." His aura was now stable, so he obviously hadn't consumed much source chi. Using the excuse of being stranded yesterday as an excuse was the best. Is that so? The corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, wondering if this woman had noticed something. However, he hadn't given himself away. He and Lu Xianyun looked at each other in confusion. While talking, the woman brought Yang Kai to a room, opened the door, and walked in. Yang Kai looked around and found that although this place wasn't big, the environment wasn't bad. It was quiet, and this room seemed to be supported by some kind of spirit array, but he didn't know what use it had. "Will we live here from now on?" Yang Kai asked. The woman glanced at him and said lightly, "You're thinking too much." Yang Kai's face turned black. He felt that this woman was really strange. If they didn't want to live here, why did she bring them here? Chapter 2367. If you want to stay here, it's 1,000 source crystals per day, the woman continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Didn't we already pay for the ticket? Although he was not short of source crystals right now, he still couldn't agree with this woman's approach. Charging for a room was really too greedy. The ticket is the ticket, the room fee is the room fee. If there's a free room, why don't you stay? What's the difference? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Why were there fees and free rooms on this ship? The room in front of him didn't look very good, so why was there a fee? The woman explained, there is a special spirit purifying array in this room that can purify the neutralizing force of the solitary void-sealed world. Although its grade is not very high, it can still be used for cultivation. It can be used for cultivation? Yang Kai's heart shook as he finally understood why the cultivator on this ship could maintain his cultivation. It turned out that it was because of this spirit purifying array. He had cultivated in this world once before, so he naturally knew what kind of damage the mysterious force that filled the world would cause to the cultivator when it entered his body. It turned out that this mysterious force was called neutralizing force. The woman's short sentence allowed Yang Kai to understand a lot of things. In that case, it was understandable that this room would charge a fee. The spirit purifying array set up in the room had purified the strange neutralizing power, so the cultivators in this room could absorb the world energy without restraint. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that something was wrong, because the world energy in this room was extremely thin, far from comparable to the world energy outside. It seemed that this spirit purifying array was not omnipotent. While purifying the neutralizing force, it also hindered the flow of world energy. Cultivating in such an environment, although one would not suffer the pain of neutralizing force, it was impossible to maintain one's cultivation. One could only slow down the speed at which one's cultivation retreated, unless there were other methods to restore source chi, such as source crystals. No wonder all the cultivator on this ship had insufficient auras, even though they were Dao source realm cultivators. But according to Yang Kai's observation, they couldn't display their full strength at all. "Do you want to stay or not?" the woman asked impatiently when she saw Yang Kai daydreaming. "Yes, of course." Yang Kai hurriedly nodded his head. Even though this spirit purifying array wasn't of a high grade and the room wasn't very good, it was still better than nothing. In any case, he didn't lack source crystals. After killing Yao Changjun, the source crystals he had harvested from his spatial ring numbered in the hundreds of millions. "I'll pay a month's rent first. When the time comes, I'll give you a refund if you overpaid or you underpaid." The woman stretched out her hand toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no objections and directly took out 40,000 source crystals and handed them to the woman. The woman quickly put the source crystals into her space ring and warned, "Don't run around if there's nothing important. We came out on a mission this time. Once we're done, we'll bring you back to Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai nodded. "Got it." Only then did the woman turn and walk out. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Are you curious why I brought you to this room to collect spirit stones?" Yang Kai was startled, not understanding what she meant by asking this. The woman snorted and didn't continue speaking. Instead, she stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give me another piece of spirit stone and I'll tell you why." The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. Ling Yin Qin stopped and asked in a deep voice. The man on the left scratched his head and said, "Although they didn't say anything, they definitely have the same idea. As long as Big Sister Ling gives the order, we'll rush over and capture them right now." "Bullshit!" Ling Yin Qin shouted angrily, spitting saliva all over the scarred man's face. "Put away the greed in your hearts and don't cause trouble for me." The scarred man wiped his face with an embarrassed expression and cried, "Big Sister Ling, if you have something to say, just say it, don't spit at me." Ling Yin Qin coldly snorted, "How about I throw you into the sea to calm down?" The scarred man was startled and hurriedly waved his hand, "That's not necessary." Ling Yin Qin took a deep breath and said, "That man is not to be trifled with. Since you know that they are newcomers, you should also know that everyone who has just arrived here is not to be trifled with. They are not like us. After living here for a long time, our cultivation has regressed and we can't use our full strength. That man's cultivation is in the third order Dao source realm. Who on this ship is his opponent? If we really fight with him, at least a few of us will die. Are you willing to see that happen?" The two men looked at each other and calmed down a lot, slowly shaking their heads. Ling Yin Qin said, "The first rule of survival in the solitary void-sealed world is to not engage in meaningless battles. You have to remember this, the source chi you consume is not easy to replenish." Yes, the two men seemed to be very obedient to Ling Yin Qin and responded seriously after hearing her words. "What's more, we still have a mission to complete this time. Don't worry, after we complete the mission, everyone will get source crystals and cultivation resources. As Ling Yinchin spoke, she took off the space ring on her hand and handed it to the scarred man. I just received 40,000 source crystals from that man. Take this and share it with everyone, everyone should get quite a bit. 40,000. The two men were overjoyed when they heard this, as if 40,000 source crystals was a shocking amount of wealth to them. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable outside. Any Dao Source Realm cultivator would not put 40,000 low-rank source crystals in their eyes, but in the solitary void-sealed world, source crystals were a rare commodity. Cultivators lived here all year round, so they naturally consumed source crystals, but there were no source crystal mines here, so they could not make ends meet in the long run. Only some cultivator who had fallen into this place would bring source crystals with them. However, there were not many cultivator who fell into this place every year, and the amount of source crystals they brought with them was even more uncertain. How could it be enough for the hundreds of thousands of people in Clear Sky City? 40,000 source crystals was really a huge sum of money for the cultivator on this ship. But Ling Yinchin did not hesitate to take it all out and share it with everyone. This was why she, a woman, could subdue the entire ship and make them listen to her orders. Ling Yinchin never hid anything, and this kind of character was enough to earn the respect of everyone. Tell the brothers not to have any ideas about those two, and don't reveal their origins when we return to Clear Sky City. If you want source crystals, get them from them through proper means. This mission will take a lot of time, so if you use the right method, you may be able to get some source crystals, Ling Yinchin warned them again. Ling Yinchin couldn't help but remind him again. She was well aware of what kind of people her subordinates were. Understood, Big Sister Ling. The two men were overjoyed when they heard this and immediately rushed to the cabin after exchanging a glance. If you want to live on Clear Sky Island, the spirit purifying array is essential, so gray feather coral is very popular. At this point, Jiao Yi's expression changed. Are you too interested in joining us? If you are, I can talk to Big Sister. I'm sure she won't refuse. As for the split, it'll be the same as us. You get what you put in. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were both newcomers, and their strength was still at its peak. Especially Yang Kai, who was the third order Dao Source Realm. If they could rope him in, they would definitely be able to return with a fruitful trip. This approach seemed stupid, but who could criticize it? Now you should know how precious that spirit purifying array is to Big Sister, right? Jiao Yi gritted his teeth. If your brother destroys that spirit purifying array, this old Jiao will be the first to not let him off. Although Jiao Yi and Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun had been chatting happily these days and had even obtained a lot of source crystals from Yang Kai, when it came to the high-grade spirit purifying array, he still firmly stood on Ling Yinchin's side. After venting his anger, Jiao Yi said with some annoyance, "I'm sorry, this old Jiao has a bad temper. I shouldn't have said this to you, but I don't know if your brother will be able to return safely." "It's fine, I understand brother Jiao's feelings." Lu Xianyun waved her hand. She couldn't help fantasizing that if Yang Kai left something for her, no matter how valuable it was, she would definitely treasure it. Before he died, he asked Yang Kai to go to the Zhang family in exchange for the Dao source fruit and made Yang Kai promise to leave a Dao source pill for the descendants of the Zhang family. Yang Kai went, but at that time, Zhang Ruoxi was only a saint king. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Dao source realm. That Dao source pill was prepared for Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai still kept it, but it seemed that he didn't need it at all. Over the past few years, the young and inexperienced little girl had grown into a slender and elegant young woman. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel emotional. The whistling sound kept coming, and Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing the world energy on the island. After a while, the rich world energy became thin again. Yang Kai had to take out more source crystals and shatter them. After 3 times, Yang Kai estimated that he had consumed at least 10 million source crystals. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly snorted softly, and then an indescribable aura suddenly rippled out. She's about to break through. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay in place anymore. He rushed out of the island at a moderate distance and paid close attention to Zhang Ruoxi's movements. This position ensured that he wouldn't interfere with Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, and also ensured that he could rescue her in time if something happened to her. At this stage, Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough was going smoothly because of the 10 million source crystals he had, but Yang Kai knew that the real difficulty had yet to come. For Zhang Ruoxi, the most difficult hurdle right now was the world energy baptism. The world energy here was full of infinite disruption power. If she absorbed it into her body, who knew what would happen? But if she didn't absorb it, she wouldn't be able to break through. This was a dilemma. Hong long long, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and the originally cloudless sky suddenly changed. The entire sky was pitch black, and above the small island, a huge inky cloud suddenly formed. It slowly rotated and converged into a vortex. Within the inky cloud, lightning flashed and thunder roared, revealing the might of the heavenly Tao. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel nervous and looked up at the sky. At the same time, on the deck of a ship 500 kilometers away, a group of cultivators stood there and pointed in the direction of the island. In their opinion, this heavenly manifestation was obviously caused by Yang Kai, but they didn't know who it was. In Ling Yin-chen's room, she leaned against the window and looked into the distance. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes as she muttered to herself, "He actually caused a heavenly manifestation?" Causing a heavenly manifestation meant that he would be baptized by world energy, and there really was a glimmer of hope for a successful breakthrough. Ling Yin-chen suddenly felt that she seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai a little. Previously, she had said that Yang Kai's chances of breaking through were very low, but now it seemed that he really did have some confidence. However, what puzzled Ling Yin-chen was that the power of this heavenly manifestation was a little off, because it obviously felt a little smaller. Although Ling Yin-chen had never seen a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it obviously shouldn't be this small. In another room, Lu Xianyun was also looking out the window with a worried and nervous expression, but she didn't dare to rush over to take a look. She could only put her hands together and kneel on the ground, praying devoutly to the heavens. At the same time, 10,000 kilometers away, on the sea, there was also a ship sailing slowly. Although it was 10,000 kilometers away, the people on the ship still noticed the heavenly manifestation. A moment later, the ship suddenly changed its direction and sailed in the direction of the small island. It was obvious that it was here to investigate. Above the island, dark clouds were as thick as mountains, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Suddenly, a heavenly manifestation blasted towards the island from the sky. Looking at its trajectory, it seemed to be about to fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he resisted the urge to help. Hong long, there was a loud noise as the heavenly manifestation blasted directly into the island. The spirit-purifying array that Yang Kai had set up on the island suddenly collapsed, and the array flags hidden around it were damaged. At the same time, the light that shrouded the island disappeared. This high-grade spirit-purifying array was destroyed just like that. Before the heavenly manifestation could fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head, her delicate body shook, and a huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at it. It wasn't the first time he had seen this phantom. Back in the Four Seasons realm, it had appeared when Zhang Ruoxi broke through to a great realm, but Yang Kai never knew what this phantom was. He only guessed that it had a lot to do with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power. Now, looking at it again, the phantom was even more solid than the last time. What made Yang Kai feel strange was that he couldn't see it clearly. He only knew that this phantom was a huge woman, 20 to 30 meters tall, even bigger than Xiao Xiao after his transformation. She held a giant sword in both hands, her head reached the sky, and her feet touched the ground, giving off a strong visual impact. Although she was huge, this woman was definitely not ugly. She was like a stunning beauty that had been magnified countless times. No matter which part of her body it was, she was perfect and flawless. She was like Zhang Ruoxi's guardian, suddenly appearing behind Zhang Ruoxi. She was valiant and heroic, as if even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses, she would still be able to stop them. When the heavenly manifestation blasted down and fell into her body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. In the next moment, the phantom raised her head, stared at the sky, opened her mouth, and gently inhaled. The power gathered in the sky was directly sucked into her mouth, and in just 3 breaths, the dark sky became clear again, and the sea returned to its calm state. Even though he had seen it once, Yang Kai was still shocked and speechless for a long time. When a cultivator broke through to a great realm, it was common sense to be baptized by heavenly manifestation. No one could avoid it. If one could withstand it, they could peek into the mysteries of the next realm. If not, they would either die or be crippled. Yang Kai had been like this for so many years. But compared to Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, Yang Kai felt that his breakthrough was simply too weak. It was on a completely different level. Zhang Ruoxi blushed slightly and stretched out her white lotus-like hand. Yang Kai put his finger on it. He pushed a trace of source qi into her body and examined her carefully. After a short while, Yang Kai's body shook as he looked at Zhang Ruoxi in surprise and whispered, How is this possible? What's wrong, sir? Is there something wrong with Ruoxi? Zhang Ruoxi was startled when she saw his ugly expression and suddenly became anxious. No. Yang Kai hurriedly shook his head, fearing that he would frighten her, but his brow furrowed more and more. His face was full of surprise, as if he had seen something extremely incomprehensible. Zhang Ruoxi did not move at all. She could only feel Yang Kai's source qi flowing around her body. Although Yang Kai did not touch any of her private parts, this feeling still made Zhang Ruoxi blush and she quickly lowered her head to her chest. But she also knew that Yang Kai was checking the situation in her body and did not have any bad intentions. After a short while, Yang Kai withdrew his finger and looked at Zhang Ruoxi strangely. Sir, what's wrong with me? Zhang Ruoxi asked in a low voice. You're very good, Yang Kai replied, so good that it's hard to believe. Yang Kai thought that Zhang Ruoxi would definitely be affected by the disruption force here after breaking through to the Dao source realm in this damned place. He was prepared to take this girl to the small sealed world to heal, but now, after checking, Yang Kai found that there was no trace of disruption force in her body. The infinite disruption force that filled this world seemed to have completely evaporated after entering her body. That was not all. Although it was hard to believe, it was not enough to make Yang Kai lose his composure. The most important thing was that Yang Kai found that the power in Zhang Ruoxi's body was actually rich source qi, not saint qi. After a cultivator broke through to the Dao source realm, their power would begin to gradually transform from Saint Qi into Source Qi. It took Yang Kai nearly a year to complete the transformation, and this was under the premise of taking a large number of source condensing pills. For example, although Qiyu, Guo Zhu, Gutsong Yun, and the others were now in the first order Dao source realm, the power in their bodies had not been completely transformed, and this was also the case for Lu Xianyun. Transforming source Qi was an extremely long process. Any cultivator who had just broken through to the Dao source realm would need at least 3 to 5 years to complete this transformation, and this was for a cultivator with good aptitude. For those with slightly worse aptitude, it was possible to take 8 to 10 years. Only by transforming all the power in one's body into Source Qi would one's foundation in the Dao Source realm be completely stabilized, and there would be hope for one to break through to the second-order Dao Source realm. After confirming that Yang Kai was safe and sound, without missing an arm or a leg, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. "You're actually fine." Ling Yin-chin also had a surprised expression on her face. Just now, Yang Kai must have caused a heavenly manifestation. Even though she was 500 kilometers away, she could still see it clearly. However, that heavenly manifestation only lasted for 5 breaths before it suddenly disappeared, which meant that Yang Kai's breakthrough had failed. How could a person from the third-order Dao Source realm fail to break through to the Emperor realm without suffering a backlash? Once he suffered a backlash from the heavenly manifestation, if he was lucky, his cultivation would be crippled, and if he was unlucky, he would die. However, Yang Kai really came back unscathed. Ling Yin-chin examined Yang Kai several times before confirming that what she saw was real. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Chapter 2373. This young man named Yang Kai must have severed his cultivation at a critical moment, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be safe and sound. Severing one's cultivation was tantamount to severing one's own path of martial Dao. Thinking of this, Ling Yin-chin couldn't help but sigh. Looking at his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so bad. This person was really unlucky. He had only been in the solitary void-sealed world for a few days before encountering such a disaster. If he had been 2 months later, he might have been able to break through to the Emperor realm in the outside world. "Brother Yang, did you fail to break through?" Jiao Yi asked bluntly with his mouth wide open. He didn't think too much about it. He only asked because he saw that Yang Kai had returned so quickly without any signs of improvement in his cultivation. But as soon as he spoke, Ling Yin-chin quietly kicked him. Jiao Yi immediately knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. If there was no one else here, it would be understandable for him to ask out of concern for Yang Kai, but there were others here, so his question would undoubtedly let them know that Yang Kai's current state was very bad. I failed." Yang Kai replied calmly, without the slightest hint of annoyance. "Breakthrough?" The purple-robed man opposite him raised his brow when he heard this, as if he had realized something. He looked at Yang Kai and asked, "So, the commotion just now was caused by your breakthrough? Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Ling Yin-chin hurriedly sent a message. "He's the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, Yang Yao Shi." Profound Cloud Pavilion's influence on Clear Sky Island is not small, and the Pavilion Master's cultivation is in the Emperor realm. "Don't speak. I'll take care of this matter." From her tone, it seemed that she was very afraid of this Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai had chatted with Jiao Yi a lot before and knew that there were many forces on Clear Sky Island. If one wanted to survive in this damned place, the cultivator had to stick together, so after a long time, various forces of various sizes would naturally emerge. Ling Yin-chin and the others were actually part of this group, but they weren't famous. In the entire Clear Sky Island, there were as many as 3 to 5 in the Emperor realm. These were the strongest forces under the control of the Emperor realm, and no one dared to casually provoke them. The profound cloud pavilion was one of them. Yang Kai also did not expect that above this vast sea, he would actually still be able to run into the profound cloud pavilion's ship. Ling Yin-chin had sent him a message, undoubtedly because she was afraid that Yang Kai was a newcomer. It was out of goodwill that he had offended the other party. At the same time, a man beside Yang Yaoshui suddenly leaned over and whispered something to Yang Yaoshui. Yang Yaoshui's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression, and said with a smile, "Kid. You're just like that woman. Are they all new here? Why does he look so unfamiliar?" When Ling Yin-chin heard this, her heart couldn't help sinking. The dozen or so crew members on this ship were all fixed, so the man beside Yang Yaoshui obviously recognized them, so when he saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face, he realized that these two should be newcomers. A new cultivator would generally carry a certain amount of source crystals, so this was tantamount to 2 fat sheep for a cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world. Even someone like Jiao Yi had been tempted, let alone someone from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Ling Yin-chin quickly said, "Brother Yang, these two are my crew members, they're not newcomers." "Brother Yang, you must be mistaken, right?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he snorted, "Cheap servant, is Brother Yang someone you can call me?" Although his cultivation was only in the 3rd order Dao source realm, not much different from Ling Yin-chin, he was the vice pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion and had a master from the Emperor realm behind him. His status was not something a wild fox zen like Ling Yin-chin could compare to. Hearing Ling Yin-chin call him that, Yang Yaoshui immediately became annoyed. Ling Yin-chin's face turned ugly, but the situation was beyond her, so she had no choice but to lower her head and apologize. "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, this mistress misspoke. Please don't take offense." She had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for several decades and knew what kind of people she couldn't provoke, so even if she was angry, she could only swallow her anger and ask for a moment of peace. Jiao Yi and the other crew members secretly clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. "Humph." Yang Yaoshui glanced sideways at Ling Yin-chin and said, "This is the only time. If you do it again, I won't let you off." "Many thanks, Vice Pavilion Master Yang," Ling Yin-chin said through gritted teeth. "As for these two..." Yang Yaoshui pointed at Lu Xianyun and Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Do you think this king can't tell if they're newcomers or not? People who live in this damned place all year round will more or less have some sea chi on them, but they don't, so it's obvious that they've only been here for a short time. Ling Yin-chin, how dare you deceive this king?" Ling Yin-chin's pretty face changed slightly, knowing that she couldn't deny it now. She glanced at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun worriedly, thinking about how to get them out of this situation, but she also knew that there wasn't much hope, so her heart was filled with guilt. She originally thought that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun would be panicking and fearful after being targeted by Yang Yaoshui, but when she looked around, the two of them were standing together with indifferent expressions and were whispering something to each other. It seemed like Yang Kai was asking Lu Xianyun who had left the mark on her face, but Lu Xianyun kept shaking her head and refused to say anything, making Yang Kai feel extremely helpless. "Hand over these two people and give me half of your harvest from this trip, and this king will make an exception and let you go." Yang Yaoshui pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said arrogantly, "Half of our harvest?" Jiao Yi had a fiery temper, so when he heard this, he immediately exploded and stomped his foot. "Why don't you just rob us?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he glanced at Jiao Yi and snorted, "Ling Yin-chin, are these people taught by you? Do you know the consequences of offending this king?" Ling Yin-chin immediately glared at Jiao Yi and shouted, "Don't cause trouble." Since his big sister had spoken, even if Jiao Yi was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything more, but his expression was extremely ugly. With such a relationship, who would be willing to pay such a high price to protect them? Ling Yinqin did so because Yang Kai was on her ship, so he was one of the people on her ship. She had to protect the people on her ship. This was a woman of great principle. Her subordinates also trusted her, so no matter what decision she made, they would only obey. He naturally saw the meaning in Ling Yinqin's eyes, and although she did not say it clearly, she was undoubtedly trying to persuade him to pay up to avoid disaster. Ling Yinqin thought that Yang Kai had failed to break through and cut off his cultivation, so his momentum was weak, but how could she have known that he did not put these people in his eyes at all? So, when she heard him speak so arrogantly, Ling Yinqin's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, bear with it for a while and you'll find peace, but take a step back and you'll see the world." Yang Kai snorted, "Big sister Ling, the path of a cultivator is to forge ahead and face it head-on. Blindly retreating and enduring is not a good habit. Some people, if you take a step back, they will shit and piss on your head." Ling Yinqin's face changed and she shouted in a low voice, "Group 221, chase after them. Don't let them escape." This battle happened too quickly, so fast that she didn't even have time to react before it was over. But seeing the remaining people flee, how could she just sit back and watch? Once these people escaped and news of this reached Clear Sky Island, the pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion would definitely not let this matter rest. He was a master from the Emperor realm. Once he wanted to find trouble with them, no one could stop him. Jiao Yi and the others received the order and naturally hurriedly chased after them. On the deck, the sea breeze whistled and the stench of blood filled the air. It was nauseating and the scene on the deck was like a ghost town. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Yaoshi's entire body was trembling and his face was deathly pale as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. In his heart, he couldn't understand how this little brat could still have such powerful combat strength after failing to break through. More than 30 of his subordinates couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of him before almost all of them died. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Chapter 2375. Looking at the cold and resolute face of Yang Kai, Yang Yaoshi felt a chill run down his spine, vaguely feeling that he had provoked an extremely powerful person and was filled with regret. Even if he managed to escape this time, he wouldn't be able to explain this huge loss to the pavilion master and would have to bear the pavilion master's wrath. "Do you think I should stab you to death or stab you to death?" A wicked smile bloomed on Yang Kai's face. Yang Yaoshi trembled all over as he said in horror, "You can't kill me. I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion. I'm Lord Mi Tianqing's subordinate. If you kill me, he absolutely won't let you off." "Mi Tianqing?" Yang Kai said coldly, "That First Order Emperor Realm guy?" "Yes, Pavilion Master is very good to me." Yang Yaoshi quickly said, thinking that Yang Kai knew Mi Tianqing's name. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai showed a disdainful expression and curled his lips. "A First Order Emperor Realm Master is nothing. It's not like this young master hasn't killed one before." When Yang Yaoshi heard this, his first reaction was that this guy was bragging. How could a First Order Emperor Realm Master be so easy to kill? Moreover, these words came from the mouth of a Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, it sounded ridiculous. But he didn't dare to refute and could only say, "Let me go and I can give you a lot of benefits. If you kill me, you won't be able to move an inch on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die?" "I'm just telling the truth. What's more, it won't be easy for you to kill me with your current ability. Why fight until both sides are injured? Wouldn't it be better for us to sit down and talk? Yang Kai sneered, talk should be based on the basis that both sides are equal. I can take your life with a snap of my fingers. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Don't underestimate this king. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. You think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai snorted, and the myriad sword in his hand slashed down at him. Yang Yaoshi went pale with fright. He'd never imagined that even after he tried so hard to persuade them, the other party would still attack him. For a moment, he was both angry and anxious in his heart, and he didn't hesitate any longer to directly withdraw a secret treasure to block in front of him. Whoosh, a crisp sound rang out. Yang Yaoshi was horrified to find that his artifact had actually shattered into pieces, unable to provide any form of protection at all. It disintegrated the moment his opponent's sword slashed down. The power of the Emperor artifact directly cut into his body and split him in half. Was he even human? Even until his death, Yang Yaoshi could not believe that he, a third-order Dao source realm, had been destroyed so easily. If he had known that the difference in strength between them was so great, how could he have continued to stay here? Perhaps he would have tried to escape. At the very least, there was still hope for survival. The deck soon became empty. Other than the corpses all over the ground, only Yang Kai was left. Even Lu Xianyun had followed Jiao Yi and the others to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai reached out and sucked the dead cultivator's space rings over. After inspecting them a little, he threw them on the ground in disgust. These cultivators should have lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time. There were a lot of things in their rings. But there was not a single one of them that had any real value. With Yang Kai's current wealth, he really didn't care about them. Yang Yaoshi's artifact was originally quite good, but after it was split apart by the myriad sword, it had lost its value. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to these people's space rings, and instead cast his gaze on the huge ship. This ship was driven by Yang Yaoshi and the others. In the solitary void-sealed world, this kind of large artifact used to go out to sea seemed to be very common. Yang Kai thought that he might need to go out to sea in the future, so he leapt up and flew to the opposite ship. He walked into the cabin, found the control center, and began refining it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ling Yinchin and the others returned from different directions. None of the dozen or so crew members were missing, and except for a few who were injured, everyone else was basically unharmed. Once everyone gathered and reported the situation to each other, Ling Yinchin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. None of the profound cloud pavilion cultivator escaped. They were all hunted down and killed, so there was no need to worry about news of this place spreading to Clear Sky Island. Danger had happened on the solitary void sea, so it was normal for Yang Yaoshi and the others to go missing. Profound Cloud Pavilion might not suspect Ling Yinchin and the others, and even if they did, there would be no proof, so she didn't have to worry about anything. After calming down, Ling Yinchin felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. She ordered the crew to clean up the deck and push the corpses into the sea. Releasing her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai was refining the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she pulled Lu Xianyun aside and asked in a low voice, "What happened to that brother of yours?" If not for Yang Kai, they probably wouldn't have encountered such a thing, but at the same time, if not for Yang Kai, they definitely wouldn't have been able to harvest anything, and all their gains would have been stolen by Yang Yaoshi. Therefore, Ling Yinchin was very grateful to Yang Kai, but what puzzled her was how Yang Kai could display such terrifying combat strength. More than 30 people on the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship were almost wiped out by him alone. Only an Emperor Realm Master can do such an incredible thing, right? If such a powerful force was unfavorable to them, who on this ship could resist? Ling Yinchin felt even more fortunate that she had stopped the greedy actions of Jiao Yi and the others that day, otherwise, she and the others wouldn't even know how they died. Although she didn't understand what she was asking, Lu Xianyun knew what she meant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Brother is not an ordinary person. A few days ago, we were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but we still managed to escape. It was all thanks to Brother's efforts." "You survived being chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master?" Ling Yiqin was shocked. She had never experienced how strong a third-order Emperor Realm Master was, but she knew that it was absolutely impossible for a third-order Dao Source Realm Master to survive being chased. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai knew that these people were very afraid of him. "Brother Yang, we should be the ones thanking you. You saved us from a disaster," Ling Yiqin said. Yang Kai had a very good impression of this woman. Previously, she was willing to hand over all her gains on this trip in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety. Yang Kai saw it all, but it was a pity that Yang Yaoshi was too greedy and didn't know what to do. He just had to throw his life away. "Big Sister Ling is too serious. It's still my fault," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. He didn't know how to explain what happened before to Ling Yiqin, and it wasn't easy to explain, so he could only vaguely say it. "How are you doing now?" Ling Yiqin asked with a frown. Yang Kai had failed to break through earlier, severed his cultivation, fought a big battle, and even spent his energy refining the ship. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. "You should rest." Jiao Yi called out, and the crew used their movement skills to fly to the shore. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun followed closely behind, but Ling Yiqin stayed behind. She formed a seal with her hands and prepared to put away the ship. As soon as the crew came ashore, many merchants immediately came up to them and surrounded them, offering good prices to buy their harvest from this trip. Jiao Yi and the others were undoubtedly very familiar with this, so they all pretended to be profound and put on airs as they whispered to the merchants. It didn't take long for someone to agree on a price and go to the side to prepare for the transaction. Jiao Yi and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the sea. Not to mention the more than 100,000 gray feather corals and the corpse of a 12th-order monster beast, the spoils that Yang Kai collected after killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were many times more than what they usually got. The harvest was too big to be sold all at once, so the dozen or so crew members split up and prepared to convert a part of the harvest into useful cultivation materials for themselves, such as source crystals and spirit pills. They would find an opportunity to sell the rest later. Otherwise, if they took out so many good things at once, they would definitely be inviting trouble. Source crystals were hard currency, whether it was in the outside world or in the solitary void-sealed world. There was another kind of thing popular here, and that was spirit pills. Any spirit pill that was slightly useful could be converted into source crystals and used as a bargaining chip. While Yang Kai was looking around curiously, a middle-aged beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. This middle-aged beauty wore a long green dress, and her figure was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were bulging, and her clothes were almost torn apart. She was extremely eye-catching, and her cultivation was not low, at least in the second-order Dao Source realm. However, although she looked enchanting, her demeanor was extremely dignified and beautiful. It was unknown whether she had been too slow just now or disdained to compete with others, but she hadn't been able to connect with the crew members who had just returned from the sea. Seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun standing there with no one paying any attention, she took the initiative to approach them. Pursing her lips, she cupped her fists and said, "Little brother, this way please." "Madam, do you need something?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This mistress is Deacon Fan Xian of Ice Heart Pavilion." Ice Heart Pavilion? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but take a closer look at this beautiful woman named Fan Xian. Fan Xian asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Little brother doesn't know about Ice Heart Pavilion?" She found it very strange. Although Ice Heart Pavilion wasn't big on Clear Sky Island, it was definitely famous. As long as one lived on Clear Sky Island, it was impossible not to know about Ice Heart Pavilion. However, Yang Kai's reaction just now seemed to be very surprised, as if this was the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai said calmly, "Of course I have heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but I didn't expect that Ice Heart Pavilion would buy things here." Of course, this was nonsense. It was indeed the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but Yang Kai also knew that his performance just now had aroused the beautiful woman's suspicion, so his words would undoubtedly dispel her doubts. Sure enough, the beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, "Business is not easy, and there is competition everywhere. This mistress was forced to do this." Chapter 2377. Fan Xian of Ice Heart Pavilion soon got together with Ling Yin and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. After a while, Ling Yin looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Junior sister Fan's price is very reasonable, so I'm going to sell it. What do you think?" She was obviously just putting on a show for Fan Xian to see. Moreover, her cultivation was a minor realm higher than Fan Xian's, so it didn't matter if she called her junior sister. Fan Xian immediately looked at Yang Kai expectantly. She had been here for most of the day but hadn't gained anything. Now, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Yang Kai nodded, she would receive a lot of things, so she was naturally looking forward to it. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then let's sell it." Fan Xian immediately smiled, "Many thanks to senior sister and little brother. Don't worry, our Ice Heart Pavilion has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. We definitely won't lower the price." Ling Yin said lightly, "I've heard of Ice Heart Pavilion's name a long time ago, otherwise, I wouldn't have sold it to you." As they spoke, the two quickly exchanged the goods. Yang Kai quietly took a look and found that in addition to some source crystals, Fan Xian also gave Ling Yin some spirit pills. After receiving the goods, Fan Xian was very happy and her attitude became more enthusiastic. "Little brother, if you have anything else to sell in the future, don't forget this mistress. The price is negotiable." Yang Kai nodded, "No problem. Let's go." Ling Yin called out and led Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun forward. After walking out of the noisy dock, the three of them stopped. They stood in place and waited for the others to arrive. About an incense stick worth of time later, the dozen or so crew members had all returned, and all of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, their harvest was not small. What they had just sold was only a small part of the harvest from this trip. There was still a lot more that they hadn't taken out yet. The 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral were too large and would have to be sold in batches, so it was obviously not suitable for them to be traded at the dock. Ling Yin planned to wait until they returned to Clear Sky City before making a decision. Just the harvest from this trip alone was enough for them to not have to worry about food and water for the next 3 years, and they could even move to a better place to live. After walking for a short while, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city gate was also huge, like the open mouth of a beast, waiting to devour its prey. The top of the city gate was engraved with 3 large words, "Heaven Connect City." At the city gate, with the cultivator's protection, passers-by had to pay a low-grade origin crystal or something of equivalent value before they could enter. Seeing this, Kai Yang frowned. Source crystals were extremely precious in this solitary void-sealed world. He thought that as long as he had an identity token, he would be able to enter and exit this place at will, but he didn't expect that he still had to pay source crystals. This low-rank source crystal was nothing to him. However, for those poor cultivator who had lived here for a long time, it was tantamount to a considerable fortune. There weren't many people in front of the city gate. Other than the cultivator who had just returned from the dock and was lining up to enter the city, no one had left the city. It was obvious that the cultivator in Clear Sky City was unwilling to spend a single source crystal to enter and exit the city at will. They would only do so when they needed to go out to sea or when they had to leave the city. Ling Yinchin's group of a dozen or so people easily entered the city after paying a dozen or so source crystals and verifying everyone's identity tokens. They were dressed in black robes, and their faces were full of ridicule as they watched the fight in front of them. However, they had no intention of stopping it. They are from Clear Sky City's law enforcement team, Jiao Yi explained softly to Yang Kai. They don't care? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Since they were from the law enforcement team, they naturally had to maintain the peace of the city, so why were they doing nothing when a fight was happening right in front of them? Jiao Yi sneered, you'll know when you see. Peng peng. Two more robbers were sent flying by the owner of the ring, but this person seemed to be a little exhausted. Although his situation was better than those who were waiting for death or begging, his cultivation had dropped drastically after coming to Clear Sky Island. He couldn't exert the strength of a Dao Source Realm cultivator at all. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and exhausted. When he raised his head, he happened to see the two law enforcers in black robes. He hurriedly shouted, Your Excellencies, help me. These people are lawless. They actually robbed in broad daylight. Please uphold justice. The two law enforcers didn't move after hearing this and just watched coldly. The owner of the ring shouted again, Master, please help. This one is willing to give you half of the things in the space ring as a reward. One of the law enforcers heard this and sneered, only half. The owner of the ring gritted his teeth and said with a bitter face, I'll give it all to you, Master. He knew that if he didn't get help soon, he would really be killed by these lawless people. Compared to his own life, what else was worth? The two law enforcers walked forward lazily, and the one who spoke earlier snorted, Since you're so sensible, we'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them attacked together. They were extremely ruthless, and as their energy surged, they directly blasted the robbers away. There were countless casualties in the air, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. As soon as the two of them attacked, the surrounding cultivator instantly fell silent. The robbers who were lucky enough to survive immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay any longer. Only the cultivator who had been robbed was left on the ground, lying there with blood all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. The law enforcers walked over, stretched out their hands, and sucked the space ring into their palms. After checking it with their divine sense, they frowned and said in disdain, Poor bastard. That's all you have. After saying that, they even spat at the cultivator in disdain and swaggered away. This person can only wait for death in the future, Jiao Yi sighed. The cultivator who had been robbed probably didn't have much to begin with, and now that he had lost his space ring, unless he could find a fleet to follow them out to sea as soon as possible, he would definitely end up like the robbers, sitting here and waiting for death. It's so chaotic here, Yang Kai's face darkened. Ling Yinchin said, When you're at the end of your rope, you can do anything. These people were also forced into a corner. Yang Kai was silent, knowing that Ling Yinchin had a point. Those robbers were already waiting for death, so what else in this world could they be afraid of? However, what made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous was that the law enforcers of Clear Sky City were also so dirty. To put it nicely, what happened just now was hitting someone while they were down, forcing them to repay their kindness, but to put it bluntly, it was robbery. From the looks of it, Clear Sky City was a place without law, and it was hard for Ling Yinchin and the others to live here for so long. This is the outer city district, so it's relatively chaotic. The inner city district is safer, so this kind of thing won't happen, Ling Yinchin explained. Chapter 2378. This should be the place to rent a secluded home, right? Yang Kai stood in front of a large hall at the junction of the outer city and inner city, looking up before calling out to Lu Xianyun and walking in. The reason he was able to find this place so quickly was naturally thanks to Ling Yinqin and the others' guidance. Originally, Jiao Yi wanted to accompany him personally, but Yang Kai politely declined. Jiao Yi and the others had been out at sea for so long, so they definitely had their own matters to attend to. Moreover, it was just renting a secluded home, so it wasn't anything troublesome. Yang Kai believed that he could handle it himself. Before parting, Jiao Yi gave Yang Kai a communication bead and told him to call if he needed help. There were not many cultivators coming and going in this hall, but there were also quite a few of them. When Yang Kai arrived, there were already a few people waiting in front of him. They all seemed to be here to rent secluded homes. He stood to the side and watched silently for a while, quickly understanding the procedures. Half an hour later, when it was his turn, he walked up directly, threw a bag of source crystals on the table, and said to the cultivator in charge, "I want to rent a medium-sized secluded home for a year. Outer city or inner city?" The cultivator glanced up at Yang Kai and asked lightly. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "If it was an outer city secluded home, would I give you so many source crystals? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The person in charge was not angry and just grinned. He picked up the bag of source crystals and weighed it in his hand before putting it away. He pointed to the sand table beside him and said, "Choose for yourself." This sand table looked like a model of the entire Clear Sky City, except that it was countless times smaller. But every building was lifelike. There were two large areas of territory that were secluded homes. One of them was in the outer city and was relatively cheap, while the other was in the inner city and was relatively more expensive to rent. Most of the secluded homes had small flags outside, indicating that the secluded home had been rented out. Only a few secluded homes were still empty. Yang Kai was just looking for a place to stay, so he did not have many requirements for the quality of the spirit purifying array or the amount of world energy in the secluded home. So, he just glanced at the sand table and pointed to a secluded home, this one. The person in charge glanced over and tossed a token towards Yang Kai, not even bothering to raise his head as he said, "This is a restriction token, keep it for yourself. You are not allowed to sublet it or replace the spirit purifying array at will. If you are found to have done so, you will be killed without mercy." Yang Kai caught the token. After a brief inspection, he put it away and left with Lu Xianyun. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun arrived in front of the secluded home. The secluded home in the inner city was located in a mountain range on the island. Many secluded homes of various sizes were built on this mountain range, and the overall environment was quite good. The world energy of the solitary void-sealed world. The world energy here was extremely rich. However, this world energy was mixed with infinite disruption force, so a cultivator could not absorb it at will. They could only absorb it after arranging a spirit purifying array. Depending on the quality of the spirit purifying array, the efficiency of a cultivator's cultivation varied greatly. But generally speaking, even with the highest grade spirit purifying array, a cultivator could only barely keep their cultivation from weakening while cultivating in this damned place. They could not improve at all. The medium-sized secluded home Yang Kai rented was naturally equipped with an intermediate-grade spirit purifying array. He and Lu Xianyun entered the secluded home to investigate. They found that the secluded home was fairly large, with 3 rooms, one for alchemy, one for artifact refining, and even a living room. Compared to the secluded home Yang Kai rented in Maplewood City, this was undoubtedly much better, but the price was about the same. Source crystals were extremely precious in the solitary void-sealed world, so the same price represented a different value. Source crystals of the same level were naturally more valuable in the solitary void-sealed world. "Junior sister, find a room for yourself," Yang Kai said to Lu Xianyun. "What about you?" Lu Xianyun asked. I'm going to familiarize myself with the environment and find that artifact refining grandmaster to repair Ling Yinchin's spirit purifying array. Lu Xianyun said, Brother, you must be careful. I know. If you have nothing else to do, you can strengthen the various barriers in the secluded home. We may have to stay here for quite a while. Come back early, Lu Xianyun said softly. Lu Xianyun whispered softly, blushing after saying this because she suddenly felt that she and Yang Kai were like a married couple living together. Before the husband left home, the wife would be worried about him, and wouldn't she be in the role of the wife? Thinking of this, her cheeks immediately became hot, but when she raised her head again, Kai Yang had already disappeared. After making several turns on the streets of Clear Sky City and asking for directions several times, Yang Kai finally arrived in front of a small alley. He turned his head and looked around with a strange expression on his face, muttering to himself, he didn't walk, did he? Would that artifact refining grandmaster live here? When he separated from Jiao Yi and the others earlier, Jiao Yi gave him a communication bead and secretly sent him a message, telling Yang Kai that if he really wanted to repair Ling Yinchin's high-grade spirit purifying array, he should go to the inner city to find Grandmaster Sangda. On the entire Clear Sky Island, Grandmaster Sangda was the best artifact refiner. It was said that he had already faintly touched upon the mysteries of being an emperor artifact refiner. At least 80% of the high-grade spirit purifying arrays on Clear Sky Island were refined by Grandmaster Sangda. Since this person could refine a high-grade spirit purifying array, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair it. Jiao Yi also knew the importance of the high-grade spirit purifying array to Ling Yinchin, so he secretly gave Yang Kai some pointers. He also hoped that the spirit purifying array could be repaired. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with Clear Sky City, but Grandmaster Sangda's reputation was great, so he just asked a few people on the way here before coming here. It was just that he couldn't believe that a guy who was about to become an emperor artifact refiner would actually live in a corner like this. Chapter 2380. You actually dared to cripple my arm. Even now, Yu Leping still couldn't accept the fact that his arm was crippled. He glared at Yang Kai with resentment and shouted with all his might. His face was almost completely distorted by the pain. Get lost! Yang Kai shouted sternly. A mere third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It was simply ridiculous. He had been in a bad mood these past few days because he had landed in Clear Sky Island. Now that someone had hit the muzzle of his gun, he naturally took the opportunity to vent. Yu Leping seemed to finally realize that Yang Kai wasn't a pushover. He glared at him viciously, covered his injured arm, and ran away dejectedly. In front of the master's door, there was still silence. The other 10 people were emitting cold air and their faces were pale. Hasn't the master already opened the door? How long do we have to wait? Yang Kai saw the boy standing there like a fool and immediately urged him. Come with me, come with me. The boy shrank his neck. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. Judging from Yang Kai's hot temper and ruthlessness just now, the boy estimated that if he wasn't Master Sangda's disciple, this guy would probably have attacked him. After all, when this person was being squeezed out of his seat, he didn't say a word for him. Not long after, a group of people entered the inner hall under the guidance of the boy. The boy pointed to a side door and said, "Go in one by one. The master is inside. You all know the rules, so make yourself at home." After he finished speaking, he quickly ran away, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. After he left, the first cultivator in line looked at Yang Kai cautiously. He found that Yang Kai had already found a seat and sat down. Only then did he know that the other party had no intention of snatching his first seat. He couldn't help but feel relieved and quickly walked through the side door to find the master. The other 8 people who came to find Master Sangda also found a place to sit down, but they were more or less afraid of Yang Kai, so they were relatively far away from his seat. It seemed that Yang Kai dominated the area while the others crowded together. Yang Kai didn't care at all. He closed his eyes and rested. That Yu Leping's background is somewhat unusual. Brother, you have to be careful. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It sounded like a reminder. Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the young woman who was dressed elegantly. Among the 10 people who came here to seek artifact refining from the Grandmaster, only 2 were from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Other than Yang Kai and this young woman, the others were all First or Second Order Dao Source realm cultivators. Although this young woman was dressed ordinarily, it was difficult to conceal her heavenly fragrance. Previously, Yang Kai had also glanced at her, but he did not pay much attention to her. He did not expect her to send him a sound transmission at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young woman just nodded slightly and then shifted her gaze away. In this inner hall, Yang Kai and her cultivation were the highest. His divine will was also the strongest. So, she didn't have to worry about being discovered by others. However, she was acting so sneakily because she didn't want to cause trouble for him. Many thanks for this junior sister's reminder. I will remember it, Yang Kai replied. Seeing that his expression seemed to be a little disapproving, the young woman said again, Brother, you must not be careless. That Yu Leping is from the City Lord's mansion. Relying on the protection of the City Lord's master, he has always been domineering and arrogant in Clear Sky City. He never puts others in his eyes. You made him suffer such a big loss this time. He will definitely not let it go. Yang Kai, on the other hand, suddenly stood up. He had been ambushed in a hurry just now and hadn't used his full spiritual energy. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but he was afraid of hurting Sangda. If Sangda's soul was seriously damaged, then there would be no one to repair the spirit-purifying array for him. However, Sangda had attacked him without saying a word, which made Yang Kai extremely angry. He secretly decided that if this old man didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he would put a knife to his neck and force him to repair the spirit-purifying array. Yang Kai frowned and said, Since even people from the Emperor realm can't leave, how can you do it? That's my problem. Sangda snorted and said impatiently, This old man came to find you. Consider it your opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your own ability. This Sangda seemed to be a little temperamental. Yang Kai was sure that if he refused, he would definitely kill him to silence him. Although this old man was an artifact refiner, according to him, he had been in the Third Order Dao Source realm for 900 years. This artifact refiner's level was raised on Clear Sky Island, so he was definitely not weak. Now that he had revealed this information to him, he only had 2 choices left, either cooperate or be enemies. If this is really an opportunity, I naturally won't miss it, but how do I know if what you're saying is true? Yang Kai said with a look of disbelief, At the very least, you have to tell me where to leave. Sangda smiled and said, Little brother is also a cautious person. This old man likes to cooperate with cautious people. He paused for a moment and said, The place to leave is on the solitary void sea. Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this, thinking that this was as good as not saying anything. He had experienced how big the solitary void sea was. Sangda only said that the exit was on the solitary void sea. Who could find it? How could he verify it? Sangda said, "This old man will tell you the truth." This old man is not the only one who knows the location of the exit. There are 2 other people who know it too. Who? Yang Kai raised his brow. The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. Sangda coldly snorted, "These 2 are the 2 most powerful people on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that Sangda was the only one who knew such secret information, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master both knew about it. He had heard from Jiao Yi that the Clear Sky City Lord was originally a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, but because he cultivated and survived on Clear Sky Island, he was unable to display his peak strength. Although Yang Kai was not clear about the Ice Heart Pavilion Master, he could imagine that her situation was similar to the Clear Sky City Lord's. In other words, both of them were powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but they were unable to display their full strength. Since they know, why didn't they leave? With their strength, they should be able to go anywhere, right? Yang Kai was puzzled. You can go anywhere? Sangda sneered when he heard this, that's not necessarily the case. If they were outside, such powerful cultivators would be able to run amok, but in this solitary void sea, if the 2 of them dared to stay outside for too long, they would be courting death. Their strength can't be replenished? Yang Kai suddenly understood. Exactly. Sangda nodded, do you know how vast the solitary void sea is? Even if those 2 master exhausted their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to fly to the exit by themselves. Once their strength is exhausted, they won't be able to replenish it in this solitary void-sealed world. No matter how powerful they are, only death awaits them. The solitary void-sealed world was filled with infinite disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy to their heart's content. If the sea was calm, it would be fine. At worst, they could just stop and find a place to arrange a spirit-purifying array and use source crystals and pills to slowly recover. Once they had fully recovered, they could move on. However, Yang Kai had traveled all the way from the solitary void sea and knew that there were countless waterspouts in the depths of the sea. The suction force of these waterspouts was extremely strong, making it impossible to find a place to recover in peace. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more waterspouts there would be, and the more terrifying the suction force would be. A Third-Order Emperor Realm Master might seem powerful, but if they really flew there, they might not be able to resist once they ran out of strength. Hearing this, Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. Sangda's words made sense, so he had no choice but to believe them. Then where is the exit? Can I see it? Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and asked casually. What a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't. He had the sealed world bead, so if he ran out of strength, he could hide inside the sealed world bead and continue moving forward after he recovered. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the waterspouts were too powerful. If they were too powerful, he wouldn't be able to get out. However, it was definitely the right choice to show him the location of the exit first. I can't show you this. Sangda refused. Yang Kai quickly said, Grandmaster, that's not very kind of you, is it? You want to cooperate with me, so we have to share information. If you don't show me anything, how can I believe you? Sangda smiled slightly, if you believe it, then it's true. If you don't, then it's not true. He looked like he was going to eat Yang Kai, making Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, I don't understand. What does getting out have to do with Grandmaster looking for me to cooperate? Sangda said, if you want to get out, not only do you need the location of the exit, you also need the tools, right? Don't tell me you want to fly all the way out. Yang Kai frowned slightly. You don't even have the tools to get out? Sangda said, I do, but I need to go get it. It's not with this old master. Moreover, to get that thing, several people need to work together, which is why this old master came to you. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, getting that thing, does it have to do with the strength of one's spiritual energy? Sangda smiled and nodded, that's right. You were able to receive 70% of this old master's spiritual energy in such a hurry, which is commendable. It shows that even if your spiritual energy cultivation is not as good as this old master's, it's not far off. Otherwise, do you think this old master would tell you this? He had a proud look on his face, as if he felt that it was an honor for Yang Kai to receive 70% of his spiritual energy. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai had only used 20% of his spiritual energy just now. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of hurting this old man, Yang Kai would have definitely shown him what true spiritual energy was, lest he become a frog at the bottom of a well and become arrogant. Yang Kai was puzzled, since that thing is a tool to get out, how can it not be with you? Sangda snorted, that was refined by my master. Chapter 2382. Sangda grinned meaningfully, Master died 5 years ago. What objections could he have? At this point, his face suddenly twisted, even if that old thing died, he wouldn't hand over that tool to me, so I can only go and get it myself. Yang Kai was stunned. Judging from Sangda's expression, it seemed that he didn't get along well with his master. Who knew what kind of disputes and grievances had happened between the two? This old master has been preparing for this for 5 years and has been looking for a candidate like you. Today, I have finally found you. As long as little brother nods and trusts this old master promises to take you out of this solitary void-sealed world. Sangda looked at Yang Kai excitedly. I don't have the right to choose, do I? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Sangda said indifferently, although this old master doesn't leave his home, he has been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years. He has made many friends and made many people owe him favors. Little brother, you should consider carefully. Although these words sounded vague, Yang Kai wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the threat in the other party's words? He said that he had made many friends and made many people owe him favors. In other words, he could make many people work for him. Once Yang Kai refused, it would be difficult for him to move around Clear Sky City in the future. Many people would definitely make things difficult for him and even want his life. Help me repair the spirit purifying array first. I need to think about it for a while. Yang Kai pointed to the artifact refining furnace. Of course, Sangda smiled slightly and didn't say anything this time. Instead, his expression turned serious and he made a series of hand seals. He ignited the furnace fire. He began to repair the spirit purifying array. Yang Kai sat there cross-legged, his brow furrowed. He seemed to be considering the feasibility of Sangda's proposal, but in fact, he had been paying close attention to the old man's artifact refining to prevent him from doing anything to the spirit purifying array. Sangda was worthy of being an artifact refining grandmaster. He threw various materials into the artifact refining furnace while constantly changing hand seals. As he engraved a spirit array into the furnace, the huge furnace hummed from time to time. Yang Kai himself was an alchemist. Although he had never come into contact with the way of artifact refining, there were many similarities between the two, such as the input of materials, the control of fire, the carving of spirit arrays, and so on. Therefore, although he did not understand much, he knew that Sangda was not being perfunctory. Instead, he was really helping him repair the spirit purifying array. After a full hour, Sangda suddenly withdrew his hand seals and the flames of the artifact refining furnace gradually began to weaken. After a certain degree, Sangda abruptly sent a few spirit seals towards the artifact refining furnace before suddenly stopping. He reached out and lifted it. The lid of the crafting furnace flew out. Array flags and array bases shot out from the artifact refining furnace and were caught in his hand. Yang Kai looked around and found that this spirit purifying array had indeed been restored to its original state. Moreover, it seemed to be more spiritually active than when Ling Yin Qin first lent it to him. In other words, this spirit purifying array was definitely better than the previous one. Sangda smiled slightly and said, "The spirit purifying array that little brother brought to me should be something that this old master refined 50 years ago. In the past 50 years, this old master has comprehended a lot more. Since I have made some progress in the way of artifact refining, I decided to slightly modify this spirit purifying array. But you can rest assured that this is definitely better than the previous one." While speaking, he did not hold back and directly handed the spirit purifying array's array flags and array bases to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took them and was not worried that Sangda would tamper with the spirit purifying array. After a brief inspection, he threw them into his space ring and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Sangda asked, "What is little brother's decision?" "I've thought it through," Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Count me in on this matter." Sangda laughed. "Little brother really is a reasonable person. This old master was not wrong about you." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I just want to leave this place. Even if it wasn't Grandmaster, I would have cooperated with anyone else." "It's fine, it's fine. In that case, let's meet in front of the city gate in 3 days." Sangda smiled slightly. "This old master needs to prepare some things and gather the others. When the time comes, little brother, please be on time." "I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists lightly to Sangda. "By the way, how should I address little brother?" Sangda suddenly asked. "Yang Kai." There was no need to hide his name in this place, so Yang Kai directly used his real name. After leaving Sangda's residence, Yang Kai took out the communication bead that Jiao Yi had given him before and contacted him. He found out that they had indeed moved to a secluded home in the inner city district, and it was not far from the secluded home he and Lu Xianyun were living in. Yang Kai agreed to go to their place later and return the repaired spirit purifying array to Ling Yin Qin. After walking a few streets, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked up at a building not far away. The building looked like a loft with 6 floors. It was neither too big nor too small, but to be able to occupy such a place in this bustling area, the owner behind this loft was definitely not simple. In fact, the owner of this loft was not a simple person to begin with. Because this was Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai knew that the pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion was an extremely powerful master from the Emperor realm. She was even on the same level as the Clear Sky Island master, but this Ice Heart Pavilion master was different from the Clear Sky Island master. The former seemed to only control a single loft, while the latter controlled the entire Clear Sky Island. When he first came to Clear Sky Island, Ling Yin Qin sold her goods to a beautiful woman named Fan Xian, who was from Ice Heart Pavilion. The name Ice Heart Pavilion reminded Yang Kai of many past events. Sangda also mentioned that besides him, the Ice Heart Pavilion master and the Clear Sky Island master also knew the location of the exit. Naturally, it was unrealistic to ask these two for information about the exit. They were third-order Emperor Realm masters, and Yang Kai might not even be able to meet them. Even if he did meet them, it was impossible for him to ask directly. An inferior grade 7-star Dragon Tiger pill could increase a cultivator's strength by 10%, medium grade by 20%, and high grade by 30%, if it had pill veins. A direct increase of more than 50%. The 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill's medicinal properties were very strong, and only a Dao Source Realm cultivator could take it. Forcefully taking it would only result in death. However, which Dao Source Realm cultivator would be willing to take this kind of pill to forcefully increase their strength? Once their meridians and foundation were damaged, it was very likely that they would be unable to advance any further. Therefore, this kind of spirit pill was completely of little value, and there wasn't much of a market for it. Only a few desperados would keep one or two for self-defense. Yang Kai listed the materials for the 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill. Fan Xian memorized them carefully and immediately went to prepare them. The reason why he chose the 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill was because the materials for this spirit pill weren't difficult to find. Even Clear Sky Island should have them. As expected, Fan Xian returned not long after, and this time she brought back 10 sets of materials. She handed the materials to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, as long as you can refine 2 furnaces of pills, you'll pass. This mistress will wait outside. Call me when you're done." 10 sets of materials and 2 furnaces of pills. For a true Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemist, this wasn't too difficult of a test. As long as they put in a little effort, they could succeed. For Yang Kai, this was naturally not a problem. He could even refine Emperor grade spirit pills now, let alone Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pills. Fan Xian obviously knew that an alchemist shouldn't be disturbed when they were refining pills, so she took the initiative to say that she would wait outside. After she left, Yang Kai took out his black jade furnace and placed it in front of him. He urged his conflagrated knowledge C to start refining. Although it was his first time refining the 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill, he wasn't shaky at all. His movements were extremely skillful, and his control of the flame and the timing of the materials was perfect. Soon, Yang Kai was immersed in alchemy. Just as he was concentrating, the soul-splitting saber in his knowledge sea suddenly shook slightly, waking him up from his state of emptiness. His expression didn't change, and his hands didn't stop moving, but he began to examine himself very carefully. It was impossible for the soul-splitting saber to have such an abnormality for no reason. The only explanation was that something had happened to him. He examined himself, but still couldn't find any clues. After a long while, he suddenly realized that someone was spying on him. The soul-splitting saber had reacted strangely because it sensed a divine sense that didn't belong to it nearby. Even with his ability, he couldn't detect this spying, which meant that this person's cultivation was far higher than his. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Ice Heart Pavilion had a lot of materials, and if an alchemist wanted to improve their level and ability, they would need a lot of materials to practice. If it were any other alchemist who entered Ice Heart Pavilion, they would be overjoyed. "No need, half is fine," Yang Kai waved his hand. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother Yang is so kind. When can Brother Yang come over to perform alchemy?" "I'm afraid I can't right now." "In 3 days. 2 days. I have an appointment with someone to deal with, so I'll come over after I'm done," Yang Kai said. Although Fan Xian was a little disappointed, she didn't dare to force him and could only say, "Naturally, Brother Yang's matter is the priority. Please come back to Ice Heart Pavilion as soon as you're done." Yang Kai felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He was the one who came to ask Lu Xianyun's opinion, so why was it like a couple saying goodbye? He hurriedly responded, then returned to his bedroom and closed his eyes to rest. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Kai opened his eyes early and used his divine sense to investigate. He found that Lu Xianyun was sitting cross-legged in another bedroom, so he didn't disturb her and directly left the cave mansion. He had already said what he needed to say a few days ago, so there was no need to talk nonsense. As soon as he left the inner city, Yang Kai felt that he was being followed. He released his divine sense and found that the person following him was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although he cultivated an extraordinary concealment secret art, it had little effect on Yang Kai's powerful divine sense. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He hadn't been in Clear Sky City for long, and during this time, he didn't seem to have offended anyone, except for a guy named Yu Leping who he beat up. At that time, a young woman reminded Yang Kai that Yu Leping was from the city lord's mansion and told him to be careful. Now, it seemed that this Yu Leping really had some tricks up his sleeve. As soon as he left the inner city, he was being followed. It was very likely that this person was sent by him. The security in the inner city was absolutely peaceful, so even if Yu Leping was from the city lord's mansion, he wouldn't dare to casually attack him in the inner city. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only do it in the outer city or wait for Yang Kai to leave Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai didn't care. He now had a good grasp of the situation in Clear Sky Island. Apart from the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion, no one else on Clear Sky Island was worthy of his attention. Therefore, even if he knew that he was being followed, Yang Kai pretended not to notice and headed straight for the city gate. At the same time, in a tea house in Clear Sky City, Yu Leping sat there with a gloomy expression. His injured arm had taken some unknown pills and was more than half healed. Suddenly, he took out a communication bead and checked it. His eyes lit up and he grinned. "You want to leave the city? Well, that's good. Hee, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, so I hope you found a good burial ground for yourself." As he spoke, his divine sense surged and he sent a message. As soon as he left Clear Sky City, Yang Kai knew that Yu Leping didn't plan to attack him in the outer city. Although he could do the same, the outer city was still within Clear Sky City's territory. It was better than doing whatever he wanted on the solitary void sea. He came to the dock and stood under a palm tree. He leaned against the tree and waited quietly. At the same time, he secretly looked around to see if anyone could be the helpers that Sangda had invited. The dock was very lively. Ships came in and out one after another. Some were returning with a bountiful harvest, some were excitedly preparing to go out to sea, and some were suffering heavy casualties. There were all kinds of people here, showing all kinds of life. Yang Kai soon noticed a gorgeously dressed young woman. Like him, this young woman came here alone. She stood near the dock and seemed to be waiting for someone. This young woman was round and smooth, and her figure was extremely hot. Only her red lips were a little harsh, and her eyes were extremely cold, making her look like someone who wasn't to be trifled with. Many cultivators who approached her couldn't help but be intimidated by her aura. Seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was looking at her, the young woman turned her head and looked over. Not only was she not angry, she even had a smile on her face. Chapter 2385. After waiting for a full hour, there was still no sign of Sangda. Just as Yang Kai was getting impatient and wondering if Sangda was lying to him, the young woman suddenly took out a communication bead and frowned. This strange movement attracted Yang Kai's attention. If this beautiful young woman was Sangda's helper, then he could definitely find some clues from her. The young woman quickly put away the communication bead and then flew towards the depths of the sea. Did I guess wrong? Yang Kai was stunned. This young woman left the dock without saying a word. Could it be that she was not with him? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, a soft voice suddenly came to his ears. "We'll leave in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I'll wait for you at sea." This voice was definitely the young woman's. Thinking of the scene when she took out her communication bead, Yang Kai immediately understood that Sangda must have secretly sent her a message and then asked her to pass it on to him. After understanding this point, Yang Kai smiled faintly, thinking that Sangda was really cautious in his actions. However, this was probably not his fault. Sangda was too famous in Clear Sky City and would definitely be easily recognized. If someone saw him taking someone out to sea at the dock, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of some people, such as the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. Now, Sangda had used some unknown method to leave Clear Sky City without anyone noticing. Only after that did he quietly send a message to the young woman and Yang Kai, showing how careful he was. Just as the young woman said, Yang Kai waited at the dock for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before his figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. The cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to monitor him had no idea what was going on. He only saw Yang Kai's figure blur and disappear. Shocked, he hurriedly sent a message to Yu Luping. Not long after, the furious Yu Luping hurried to the dock and looked around with a gloomy face, soon fixing his gaze on the depths of the sea. There was no sign of Yang Kai returning from the city, nor was there at the dock. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had gone out to sea. Yu Luping naturally didn't want to miss such a heaven-sent opportunity. He immediately summoned a ship and rushed out of the dock with a group of people, heading towards the depths of the sea. Yang Kai flew over the sea for less than a quarter of an hour before he saw a ship anchored in the distance. There were several vague figures on the deck, all of them looking in his direction. After seeing him appear, they immediately called out to him. One of them immediately waved a flag in his hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and shot towards the ship. After a short while, he landed on the deck and looked up. There were 4 people standing on the deck. The beautiful young woman that Yang Kai had seen before was among them. At this moment, she was staring at him with a smile, looking up and down, as if she wanted to see a flower on Yang Kai's body. As for the other 2 people, Yang Kai naturally didn't know them. One of them had a bear's waist and a tiger's back, and was as strong as a tower. His burly muscles were like the most exquisite works of art, exuding a unique beauty of color and strength. This person was actually taller than Yang Kai by a head, and just by standing there, he gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. The other man, on the other hand, didn't look too extraordinary. He was quite ordinary, with nothing special about him. It was as if you threw him into a crowd, you wouldn't be able to find him. However, this person's expression was extremely cold, and from where he stood, Yang Kai could tell that this person was an extremely arrogant person. This was because he had distanced himself from the glamorous young woman and the burly man, as if he disdained to be associated with them. When he boarded the ship just now, he also glanced at him casually and then looked away, as if he couldn't enter his eyes. The 4th person on the ship was naturally Sangda. He seemed to have used some kind of artifact to change his appearance and aura. If it weren't for Yang Kai's first impression, he probably wouldn't have recognized him. At this moment, Sangda had changed his appearance from an old man to a middle-aged man. No wonder he could sneak out of Clear Sky City without anyone noticing. With the help of such a magical artifact, what couldn't he do? Everyone is here. Sangda, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, saw Yang Kai arrive and spoke in a deep voice before forming a seal with his hand and urging the ship to sail forward. Although everyone is here, Grandmaster, shouldn't you introduce them to us? It's easier for us to cooperate if we all know each other. The beautiful young woman suddenly giggled. Her laughter was as crisp and pleasant as a bell, and seemed to be mixed with some charm, causing the hearts of those who heard it to sway. As she spoke, she actually used a bewitching technique, causing a faintly discernible fragrance to immediately float on the deck, causing one to feel hot all over. Shilan, are you courting death? The arrogant young man suddenly snorted coldly, his plain eyes suddenly bursting with light as he stared coldly at the beautiful young woman and said, "If you don't withdraw your bewitching technique, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." The young woman called Xilan smiled faintly, not taking the young man's threat seriously at all, and simply said with a smile, "Why are you so angry?" "I'm so scared." As she spoke, a strange sound suddenly came from the deck. Yang Kai focused his gaze and felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when, but many strange snakes had appeared on the deck. They varied in size, and all of them seemed to be very poisonous. At this moment, these snakes were all circling around the young man, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape, constantly flicking their forked tongues. It was an extremely horrifying sight. Pretentious. The young man's expression remained unchanged, ignoring the snakes and pythons as he stared at Xilan calmly, seemingly not afraid of her at all. The two of them had made the atmosphere so tense as soon as they arrived, and who knew if there was any previous grudge between them. Whoever dares to make a fuss can get off this old master's ship right now. Sangda coldly snorted, sweeping his dignified eyes around. Xilan and the young man immediately fell silent. If Sangda was just an artifact refining grandmaster, he might not be able to suppress these arrogant people on the solitary void sea, but the key was that Sangda was not only an artifact refining grandmaster, but his strength was also not inferior to theirs. The reason why they were able to remain safe and sound was firstly because the three of them worked together to form an airtight defense. Secondly, it was because Xilan and the others did not dare to force them too much, so they could barely maintain a balance. But now, Yu Liping had actually abandoned the two of them in his shock. A huge flaw suddenly appeared in this defensive circle. Man Kuai's huge hammer swept over, and the poisonous snakes surrounding the two swarmed over, swallowing the two in the blink of an eye. Yu Liping rushed up less than 5 feet before falling down in a sorry state. The level of the forbidden space restriction on this ship seemed to be extremely high, and it was not something he could contend against. Chen Fei, who was already prepared, attacked with a long sword wrapped in rainbow light, directly sweeping Yu Liping into his sword curtain. When the other four saw this, they immediately activated their source chi according to Sangda's previous instructions and poured it into the array flags in their hands, shooting them into the void in front of them. In an instant, over a large area on the surface of the sea, 5 rays of light were like rainbows from the sky, running through the east, west, north, and south, closely connected. At the same time, the array flags that had been secretly arranged by Sangda also played their role. Under the control of the 5 control flags, they suddenly produced a strange resonance, emitting strange energy fluctuations. A transparent semicircular light curtain appeared out of thin air, visible to the naked eye. This huge light curtain was like an inverted bowl, covering the surface of the sea. Through this light curtain, some scenery that was different from the sea surface could be faintly seen. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately knew that Sangda was right. This was indeed the lair of a master, but it was hidden by a powerful spirit array. What Sangda had to do now was to break this spirit array and reveal this place again. As the 5 people continued to activate their source chi, the scenery inside the transparent light curtain gradually became clear. Yang Kai paid close attention and found that this was just a small island. The area was not too big, but the scenery was extremely good. The island was rugged with rocks and lush vegetation, a pleasant scene. Yang Kai did not know how Sangda's master found this place, but it was indeed a good place to live. If one could not leave the solitary void-sealed world, they could choose to live here alone and leisurely. Unfortunately, that master was blind and accepted a traitorous disciple like Sangda, causing him to not be able to rest in peace after his death. Sangda had brought people here to disturb his peace. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai and the others had exhausted a lot of their strength and were almost unable to make ends meet. The scenery of the island inside the transparent light curtain finally appeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Sangda seemed to have made a move. Yang Kai and the others only noticed that the array flags arranged around the island hummed in unison before a huge force burst out, directly shattering the transparent light curtain. The huge burst of power shook Yang Kai and the others, who were unprepared, and they almost suffered a loss. However, from the looks of it, the 10-colored aqua light array that covered the island and hid its tracks was also broken. Sangda had already taken the lead and landed on the island. When the others saw this, they naturally used their movement skills and did not fall behind. Not long after, the 5 people gathered on the island and stood in a corner of the island. If Sangda did not move, no one dared to move. After all, this was the lair of an Emperor Array Master, and one wrong step could lead to a fatal disaster. At this moment, Shilan suddenly took out a communication bead and said in surprise, "Grandmaster is calling us over. All the spirit arrays along the way have been broken." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They stood up together and set off towards the depths of the island. Along the way, they could occasionally see some traces of power erupting. Obviously, these were the masterpieces of Sangda when he was cracking the spirit arrays. Judging from those traces and the residual power fluctuations, Sangda was indeed a top Dao Source Realm Master. His strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. After walking forward for a full hour, everyone finally saw Sangda's figure. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged under a stone wall. It could be seen that the past few days of cracking the spirit arrays had consumed a lot of his energy, making him look a little haggard and tired. However, before everyone came here, he had obviously taken some pills and was rapidly recovering. Seeing that he was meditating, Yang Kai and the others did not disturb him and just looked around. Soon, everyone's eyes were attracted to a stone slab on the stone wall. This stone slab was flat and neat. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a door, blocking everyone's path to the back of the stone wall. Sangda was meditating here, obviously because he was blocked. Everyone was very curious as to why this was so, because this stone slab did not seem to have any traces of spirit arrays at all. Although the material was a little strange, it should not be a problem for Sangda, right? Everyone was an experienced cultivator. Although they were puzzled, no one touched the stone slab rashly. They just waited quietly for Sangda to wake up. No one knew what kind of pills Sangda took, but after just an hour, the old man's face was ruddy, as if he had completely recovered. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. "Grandmaster!" Chen Fei hurriedly shouted when he saw this. "What should we do now?" Sangda glanced at the stone slab with a sullen face and said, "This is a dragon-subduing stone made of heavenly gold from a foreign territory. It costs 100,000. We must push it with brute force before we can enter. Behind it is that old man's cave mansion, and that thing is hidden there. Heavenly gold from a foreign territory." The other four seemed to have only heard these two words. Their eyes lit up when they heard this, and they stared fervently at the seemingly ordinary stone slab. Yang Kai was also very surprised. Although he felt that this stone slab was quite extraordinary before, he did not expect it to be such a precious thing. Heavenly gold from a foreign territory was an emperor-grade artifact refining material. It was the most suitable material for upgrading an emperor artifact. It was a treasure that many masters from the emperor realm wanted but could not find. Who would have thought that there would be such a large piece on this small island? Seeing this, Sangda shouted, "Go in." The next moment, his figure flickered and he rushed through the gap, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai and the others, who were already prepared, naturally rushed in one after another. Just as everyone rushed in, they heard Man Kuai suddenly cry out in horror, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Immediately after, he shouted, "Grandmaster, save me! What's wrong?" Shilan quickly turned around and asked with a pale face. When she rushed in just now, Man Kuai was still fine and was pushing the stone slab, so how did he suddenly become like this? Was this kid crazy? Did he really not care about his junior sister's life at all? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and his mind trembled, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly turned into a golden vertical pupil. The golden pupil contracted, and a strange power leisurely spread out. Pang Guang was stunned. His soul suddenly became unstable, as if it had been affected. At this moment, Yang Kai had already summoned the myriad sword. His body was wrapped in sword light, and he slashed at Pang Guang with great momentum. The sword essence was awe-inspiring. Before the sword arrived, an aura of death had already rushed over. Pang Guang almost subconsciously took a step back. But in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. Gritting his teeth, source chi surged out from his hand and he grabbed out fiercely. He wanted to kill Lu Xianyun first and let Yang Kai know the consequences of angering him. But what he didn't expect was that he would grab empty air. Lu Xianyun, who was originally under his control, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only a strange power fluctuation was emitted, and Lu Xianyun's entire body moved horizontally a few meters, avoiding this fatal blow.